I am tweaking the fuck out right now. I swear to God. I'm sorry for the late stream start time. I know I should be on my grind right now, and I have been. You just haven't seen it. I had some errands to do this morning, and every possible inconvenience you can suffer, I suffered. Every wrong exit taken, I took. Every delay in Apple Maps telling me which direction to go, leading to like me going, okay, right or left, right or left, right or left. Oh, I have to gotta go. Off I am. Had to print some documents. Took forever. Wrong documents. Drive back. Get the other thing. Go out there. Turns out I needed a different thing. Turn around. Oh God, the bureaucracy. You're at the wrong stage. It's a 47-step process, and you thought you were at step 17, but you're actually at step 14. Motherfucker, go back to the start. Oh my God. I can't even get into all of it. Apple Maps, not Google. I got an iPhone. It came with the iPhone. All it takes is one bad day. Yeah, I've got so much work to do. You guys have no idea how much. You would be amazed at how much back-end shit there is to do for a YouTube channel, genuinely. Also, I tweak with the camera settings, so if it looks bad, you're wrong, and if it looks better, thank you. It's a surprising amount of on the back end work you have to do. Oh, God. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. The weather's been good. The weather's been nice. Um, it's just cold enough that my windows are frosty when I wake up. And but you know that point, like that temperature point where when you wake up there's no mist in the air and the skies are clear because it's cold enough that all the water froze. You know what I mean? Like if at the nighttime it's around like 30 degrees and you're guaranteed a nice crisp morning. I've had that for like 4 days in a row now. It's been beautiful. It's been really nice. It's been good. How's US politics going on right now? Why'd you have to ruin my mood? I was thinking about how nice it was this morning. Why'd you have to do that? Still wearing the clothes I was running around in. Pretty soon it's going to be too warm to wear these inside. In the meantime, I'm taking the climate accelerationist position. I'm actually running the AC right now. It's like 30 degrees outside. I'm running the AC indoors so I can continue to wear the clothing that I'm wearing right now. I had a delicious BMT from Subway. Do they make good food at Subway? I don't think they do. You know, the best thing they make at Subway is that foot-long pretzel. That shit's good. My therapist became quite depressed when talking about the climate implication of Trump. Ooh, it's got to be a bad time to be a therapist, man. Therapists love it when the problem is that your brain is broken, and they hate it when the problem is that the world is bad. You know what I mean? Because then they just got to be like, yeah, you're. That's good money. It's kind of like what I do, you know? You guys come to me in hopes, in hope of a solution to a systemic issue I can't even come close to addressing, and I'm like, well, that sucks. Do you want some, like, dick jokes while I go over the news for today? Is that enough? We got therapy at home, the therapist at home. You want some news I don't have a good spin on? That one's a bit grim, huh? Bring that down there. Evolution again, yeah. Yeah, all the people who don't believe, you know, like half the country doesn't believe in evolution, right? Like all the people who don't believe in climate change, that's like the same guys who don't believe in evolution. It's the same guys. The Iowa Department of Education, or DOE, wants to remove references to climate change and biological evolution from the science education standards in the state's middle and high schools. That's cool. We're cooked. The DOE's new proposed standards eliminate the term climate change, replacing it with climate trends, and remove references to the role played by human activity in driving climate change. It also eliminates the term biological evolution, replacing it with biological change over time. The new standards for teaching biology to middle and high school students call for changing evolutionary relationships to relationships and simultaneous coevolution to simultaneous change. So wait, they're covering the same timeline? They're just refusing to use the word education, or sorry, evolution? That's really funny. Language encouraging science teachers to, quote, communicate scientific information that common ancestry and biological evolution are supported by multiple lines of empirical evidence has been removed from the new standards. DOE defends the changes, saying they were approved by the Iowa Department of Education Science Standards Revision Team, a 37-member committee of science educators. That isn't true. The document approved by the revision team retained the current standards on climate change and biological evolution. That's cool. That's cool. Will homeschooling unironically be more reliable if this gets worse? I mean, we're kind of reaching a point where if I had children, I would want to homeschool. It's pretty bad out there. Like it's like a tragedy of the commons thing, you know? But it's getting pretty damn bad out there. Definitely depends on where you live. Wonder if this is actually going to go through. The public comment period on the DOE's proposal remains open through Monday, February 3rd. There will be a DOE public forum on the science standards for Iowa schools on Thursday, January 23rd, in room B100 of the DOE Grimes building in Des Moines. The forum is scheduled to last 2 hours and will be accessible via Zoom. Oh, and it has a link here. Well, Vosh's kid's about to not know basic addition. I know my shit. Thank you very much. Thank you kindly. Remember we saw the manifesto from the school shooter at Antioch the other day, and the motherfucker could seemed barely literate, like barely capable of even typing up the manifesto. That's what we have to look forward to. I have yet to see any actual evidence of Gen Alpha literacy. I have yet to see any direct evidence of this. I've heard like theoretical claims to the effect. Whether or not it's actually true, I have no idea. Some people say it is, some people say it isn't. We'll let historians decide. Are manifestos evidence of the USA's literacy decline? You could probably map out the manifestos over time, you know? Try to, like, identify a pattern. I am so red-pilled on religion not even being real, and that the only reason anyone pretends to believe in it is because it justifies to them the power hierarchies that they already believed in, you know? It genuinely seems like every single time you learn about, like, the clearest example of this is when that pastor, what was she, the deacon, when the deacon the other day was like, as Christ said, please show compassion and mercy to the oppressed, and all the entire Republican media right now is like, that woman should be hanged, she should be deported. Bishop, gotcha, Bishop. I don't know if anyone in power is religious. Certainly not people in power. Like, there might be people who aren't in power who are religious, but people in power are not religious. All of them are like, yeah, we're just going to use this as a convenient excuse. It's all a grift. The Pope. You can tell the current Pope is more religious than most popes because he's relatively progressive. There's like an inverse correlation where the more reactionary you are, the faker your Christianity. Specifically Christianity, you know? Pretty sure Baghdadi was religious. Well, we'd have to ask him. Oh, that's all cool. I don't know who that is. Al Baghdadi. Open the schools. Open the schools. Do you think it's the opposite with Islam or Judaism? No, not really. Pretty much the same deal. No, I don't, Transcendental. Watch Styx's new video on Bernie? No. Also, don't tell me what to do. I'll be honest, I didn't have removing evolution from the curriculum in my bingo card. You should have had it on your bingo card. They've been trying to do this for ages. Like, all of the evangelical political goals are getting they're getting fulfilled, you know? Like, obviously Roe v. Wade overturned, Trump winning, that's a given. So many of this, yeah, it's been on the line for a while now, you know? They hate that shit. And keep in mind, by the way, the reason why powerful evangelicals don't like the theory of evolution has nothing to do with religion. Initially, the theory of evolution was accepted broadly by many Christian groups. You know, the reason evangelicals specifically don't like it is the same reason you have so many evangelical flat earthers. You know, it's because they want to build a world. It's basically just like a broader strategy of building a world that is held up by dogma and supremacy. Evolution takes away from the dogma of like chauvinism and supremacy that they push. The idea that we're like a little dot floating in the cosmos, they don't like that because it makes their claims seem insignificant. It's difficult to parse with the way they describe the world. Okay, you watched In Search of a Flat Earth, we get it. Yeah, you found out my inspiration for that line. I mean, I've only plugged that video like 20 times. You should watch Folding Ideas. It's a good-ass good-ass channel. You can't tell me what to do. You have an orange name. I've already told you to part with $5. I'm sure I could get you to do a little more. Best video on QAnon there is. Great way to frame that topic. Yeah, it really freed me from the burden of feeling like the best way to deal with people like that was to debunk the positions they had. Because once you take the red pill on this and you understand where those positions come from, you realize there is literally no point. You might as well not talk at all. Actually, you might be doing more harm than good. Have a coffee on me. Coffees aren't $5 anymore, but I appreciate it. Thank you. I know Posada Sean. I watch his videos. Hipster coffee ass. I live in Seattle. So you drink Starbucks. If you live in Seattle and you're drinking Starbucks, you are cooked beyond belief. How is drip coffee not under $5? Why would I go to a coffee place and get drip coffee? Like I'll get drip coffee. If I'm at a diner. I'll get a latte or something like that if I'm going out to a coffee place. Why is Starbucks bad? Because it's bad. I mean, it's like mid. I guess it's fine if you don't have anything else. Seattle's full of like really nice local coffee shops. A good diner should have an espresso machine. Un-American, but you know. Please read this. And the this in question is the manifesto from yesterday from the school shooter. I already read it. Have you been to the original Starbucks? Yes. I mean, I've been at it. I haven't gone to it. I don't give a fuck. It's just Starbucks. The line's insane. Yeah, it wraps around like the Pike Place Street. Waste of time. Isn't Starbucks also funding Israel? No. Paying taxes funds Israel? That's true. Trump declassified JFK and MLK files, but conveniently left out his buddy Epstein. Oh, I'm sure he'll get around to it. What's your opinion on beavers? TechWiz, I think I've seen your name too many times in chat. Wow, you only at me. Okay. When you come back, learn to interact with chat in a less disruptive capacity. I really like the layering of your outfit, very woodsy. I appreciate that. You've seen the jacket and the shirt, but the mid layer is a vintage Wrangler pearl snap Western shirt, which I quite like. The sleeves are a bit short on me, but I could stretch them out. I just got to get them wet and, well, pull on them. Is that a Pendleton shirt? I said Wrangler, but I do like Pendleton shirts. Opinions on LL Bean? They got good stuff, or at least they used to. The fit would look quite good with the shirt button, not fully but partially. I agree, but, you know, I'm comfy as I am right now. Well, I'm sorry, I'm getting kind of lured in by the chat low IQ vortex. Why am I getting so many thoughts on blank questions? Normally we're better than this. Maybe normally I'm better than this. I had a tiring morning. Maybe my mental defenses have weakened somewhat. Now I'm seeing all of the low IQ messages in chat, and I'm going like, you know, I'm just responding to them. We're all cooking our brains. Oh, yeah. Okay. You need someone to slap you? You're right. All right. Wake up. So, believe it or not, you know, in a funny coincidence that if I had a bit more energy, I'd play off as me, like, you know, meddling in federal affairs. While I was driving around this morning, or at least around that time, a federal district court judge based in Seattle, based indeed, the first one to block Trump's order ending birthright citizenship. This is actually a Reagan-appointed judge, if I'm not mistaken.
From the White House, where President Trump is expected to sign a new executive order.
It comes as we are also following breaking news out of Seattle. A federal judge has just temporarily blocked President Trump's order attempting to end birthright citizenship. Birthright citizenship means that anyone born in the United States...
Didn't like 18 courts do that? Was this one just the first? Well, a bunch of them moved to do it. This was the first. There's a difference between filing a lawsuit and blocking it. This is a federal district court judge, so they're blocking it. Others are filing lawsuits. Apparently, the judge in question was hearing arguments from a representative from the administration, and the representative was like, if you could schedule a meeting with us, we could explain the merits of this executive order and how it's lawful. And the judge said, I can't understand how it's lawful. You have this hearing. And he didn't convince him within the hearing, so he blocked the order. Basically, the judge was like, there's no fucking way this is legal. You have 10 seconds to convince me that it's not illegal. And they didn't convince him.
States is automatically a citizen regardless of their parents' immigration status.
Joining us now is NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez and NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ansley. Julia, let's start with you on this. What did we hear from the judge today about their decision?
This judge was very quick and firm in his decision. This is an 85-year-old conservative judge appointed by Ronald Reagan, who said that over his 4 decades on the bench, this is the most blatantly unconstitutional executive order he has ever seen. And of course, he's speaking of President Trump's executive order that he issued just hours after taking office to end birthright citizenship so that any child born to a mother who is not legally inside the United States, or even if they're legally here but on a temporary visa, that child would not be given U.S. citizenship unless the father of that child was a U.S. citizen or here legally and permanently as well. That really was something that we heard from 22 states and from pregnant mothers as well as ACLU. There have been a slew of lawsuits across the country, and they argue that, of course, is in violation of the 14th Amendment.
Just the father? You have to, one of your parents has to be a citizen. That's it. So paternal lineage? No, she also said the mother. She just explained it in a roundabout way. One of your parents has to be a citizen. Under what Trump wants, as opposed to just being born in the United States.
Something that has been on the U.S. Constitution since the 1800s, was ratified by Congress again in 1952, and the judge very quickly agreed with them and issued a temporary restraining order so that executive order cannot go into effect on February 19th. But this is
no, it states specifically father. Wait, I'm sorry. Can you confirm that specifically? So if your mother's a citizen, it's not enough. That's not the understanding that I was. That was not my understanding. No, chat is wrong. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, careful.
Not the end. We can expect the Trump administration to appeal, and likely this battle will go all the way to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, not the end. Could impact a lot in the future. But looking back a bit, Julia, what does today's ruling mean for people who already are living in the country through birthright citizenship?
I don't think it's retroactive.
It was never going to take away anyone who was already here through birthright citizenship. If you had been born in this country before February 19th, you would be considered a U.S. citizen. There are only some exceptions if you were the child of a diplomat. But because of this temporary restraining...
It is essentially like an objectively unconstitutional law. There is no legal argument you could make that would not be complete bullshit. Now, obviously, the law is not impartial. You can lie and justify whatever you want. I'm sure the Supreme Court will, but it remains insane. I feel like this is the bone that Republicans are tossing out, or that the Trump administration is tossing out, to give Democrats something to fight over while they get away with everything else, you know? Like, in order to maintain the appearance that this is still like a functioning system, you give the Democrats this like obviously insanely unconstitutional order, so they have to battle and wrestle with this while everything else gets put through. But still, it's important to stop this. Senior U.S. District Judge John C. Coffner heard 25 minutes of arguments, then issued an order from the bench blocking the policy from taking effect for 14 days, further briefing on preliminary injunction to permanently block the executive order while the case proceeds. Yes, 85 years old, man. God damn. Absolutely wild. The U.S. Federal Courthouse in Seattle. I was driving right by it today. Beautiful courthouse. There are prettier ones, but it's still pretty. Why the birches? I don't know. Why not? Because they're pretty? It's like a white tree. It's kind of cool. I don't know, man. You got to appreciate for the longest time, America and basically all countries didn't even really have borders, you know? Birthright citizenship was the way this country was able to grow. I mean, if you take a look at like the population growth of the United States and compare it to other countries that had already fully expanded their territory, right? Like France has not meaningfully grown in a very long time. America is huge, and a lot of America is still unsettled. Admittedly, a large part of America is probably never going to be settled that densely, just because of the climate. You know, like Wyoming is probably always going to be pretty sparsely populated no matter what. But like the idea of just like filling up that space, it was essential that people be able to be citizens just by virtue of having been born here. Deeply un-American to say otherwise. But fascists have always hated this. Always hated this. Because when fascists say American, they mean white. I know that's not like a new observation, you know, that's not like, I hadn't thought of that before. Obviously, yeah. But you see this all the time, right? You see it like British fascists, when they see like a black guy on TV, will be like, we want British representation, not this. And it's like, that guy's family's been in Britain for like 200 years or something. What are you talking about? You know? They do this all the time. Am I tripping, or does Vosh have a spot in his forehead that wasn't there before? Quick question. Are you retarded? It's a blemish. Are you genuinely? What is wrong with you people? You baffle me. You're not even a random chatter. What are you doing? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Oh my God. You get so much shit, keep strong. It really is the hardest job in the world. They don't tell you that. Permaban, it was just a day. I'll reflect in it though. I'll reflect on it. What was I saying? No, Thane. I'm getting back into the swing of things. Anyway. Yeah, this is like pretty core to the project of making America like a race-based fascist hierarchy, you know. Not new, I suppose. Whatever. Look, we've got a lot to cover today, and I only have so much time to cover it. You know, Donald Trump had an interview with Sean Hannity. Can you believe such a thing? It's insane. I saw some clips of it. You seen clips of it on social media? Yeah, and it's a doozy. So I've heard. Woo! Okay. Sure. Is that my volume being too high, or is that the video's volume? I'm going to turn my volume down.
In less than 48 hours, President Trump granted more access to the press than his predecessor did in 4 long years.
That's probably
Here's
true.
part 2 of our...
Part 2. This is part 2. Okay, so part 1 we go.
You stated that you will release the files, all of the files, as it relates to the JFK assassination. The moment you walked back in this office, this desk...
Remember how I've said so many times in the past that conspiracy is innately reactionary? And I think some of the best evidence to that fact is the fact that, at least over the past few years, QAnoners and Republicans and so on have been obsessed with JFK's assassination as though they're on any way, shape, or form politically aligned with JFK. Like, the closest thing you can get to a functioning conspiracy theory around the JFK assassination, which I don't believe in, by the way, but if you did believe in it, it would be like retribution from the CIA due to like a beef between him, like the Bay of Pigs invasion was like pushed by the CIA. JFK didn't really want to do it. You like some like interagency beef like that. None of this has anything to do with like true America or reactionary values or whatever, you know? Conspiracy theorists just fucking love latching on to shit like this as a distraction from the real problems that we're dealing with. Is your Luigi illegal surveillance conspiracy reactionary? No, because I don't even think it's a conspiracy. It's definitionally not a conspiracy theory. It's actually the most logical explanation for what happened. And I think it's pretty, like, verifiable as well. This is just me saying the police lie, which if every time you say the police lie, that's a conspiracy theory, then we're all going to hell. Right to hell. That's a conspiracy theory. I don't think a conspiracy theory is whenever you say like an organization lies, but whatever.
This room, your carpet.
You say conspiracy is reactionary, but what do you mean by reactionary? Welcome to the channel. You're probably going to like this segment. I'm sure it'll clarify that and a lot of other things for you.
How did you feel?
Well, it was a lot of work.
Do you believe that moment, people say to me, they see a change in you? Do you believe you've changed? Is this, for example, increased your faith in
I like the Punisher,
yes, all these people, the Biden
you know, thin blue
members.
line-esque
Joe Biden ran and said
free
he
music.
would never do preemptive pardons. It was an issue that came up when you were leaving in your first time.
He thought, he heard that I was going to do it. I was given
Get to the damn
option.
interview, come on.
For long years, the president front back.
Thank you very much.
There we go, Jesus. COD lobby music,
Let's
true.
talk about the moment you walked back in this office, this desk, this room, your carpet. How'd you feel?
Well, it was a lot of work. And as you know, I felt that we shouldn't have had necessarily be here. Could have been done. A lot of work could have been. It would have been over. We wouldn't have inflation. We wouldn't have had the Afghanistan disaster. We wouldn't have October 7th with Israel, where so many people were killed, and
what's with the mic audio source switching?
But with all that being said, I think it's bigger. It's bigger than if it were more traditional.
Only the second time in history somebody didn't have consecutive terms.
Yeah. Well, they say it's historically bigger. I don't know about that. But I can say it showed us a couple of things. It showed us that the radical left, their philosophies and policies are horrible. They don't work. You look
Radical
at crime,
leftist
you
Joe
look at
Biden.
what's gone on at the border, you look at what's going to happen, the crime that's going to happen. But I think we got there just in the nick of time. But we still have you covered better than anybody. We have terrorists in our country by the thousands. We have murderers in our country by the tens of thousands. We have numbers that came out, 11,000 people that murdered are now free and walking around in our country. And
the great irony here being that Trump literally did just release a bunch of violent thugs to the streets with the J6 pardons, literally 1,500 people, many of whom were convicted for violent offenses. He literally just did the biggest mass release of violent prisoners in recent memory. I'm sure if you go back in history, you could find a larger example, but this is definitely up there.
Of them, I think 48%, they say, killed more than one person, and they're walking around. They came out of jails from other countries. And, people, they've emptied their jails. I would, if I were the president or prime minister or something of another country, I'd empty my jails right into America, into the United States. Why not? And many of them did it. If you look at Venezuela, their crime rate is down now 78%. Because
I maintain, as always, that I no longer have any obligation to disprove anything that he's saying, because he lies literally everything he said. He just doesn't say anything that's truthful, so you just always assume what he says is wrong. What are you going to do? Get confronted on this by a MAGA family member? Ask them for a source. I don't the burden of proof is on them, okay? What work is there for me to do? He says he won the youth vote by 38 points. What's my debunk there? No, he didn't? Well, there's your debunk, I guess.
They took their street gangs and they moved them into the United States. And you're seeing that in Colorado and Los Angeles and other places. And we're going to take care of it.
So did Biden really say to you when you came up to the front of the White House, welcome home?
No, did somebody say that?
I read it somewhere.
I don't know. Maybe he did. I really don't know.
So you left him a letter. It was funny with Peter Doocy, and Peter said, "Oh, Mr. President, did Joe Biden leave you a letter?" He did leave you a letter.
He did.
And you had left him one, but you've never disclosed either one of them.
Well, a lot of people.
Now would be a great time.
You know, it was interesting. A lot of people thought it was sort of like a setup with Peter Doocy and myself, and I have a lot of respect for Peter. But he just asked me a question about the letter. And then I remember that, it's like a custom. You leave it right in the drawer of that beautiful desk right alongside of us. And so I opened it up, and I actually gave the letter to Peter.
And did he got to read it?
I guess. I haven't.
You don't know if he read it?
This is the first interview of the new president after he enters the White House. Really hard-hitting stuff.
I told him a little while ago.
All right, before we get into, there's so much substance.
But the American people want to see.
You are inheriting a lot of problems, a lot of things that actually scare me. Yep. And I want to get to all of that, but I will get to all of that.
All solvable problems, though.
I agree.
They're all solvable.
Not easy.
With time, effort, money, unfortunately. But they're all solvable problems. We can get our country back. But if we didn't win this race, I really believe our country would have been lost forever.
Were there moments, I mean, when you think of what they threw at you, and I know you signed this declaration about no more weaponization, and we know that the preemptive pardons came up on Joe's way out, but you were facing a civil trial, a criminal trial, conviction, sentencing.
We'll never forgive Merrick Garland, man. Absolutely nothing. The hate will burn in my heart forever until I die, and then long after I die, my heart will continue to burn. They'll bury me, and there'll just be like a warm spot in the graveyard, The stray cats will go and lay there because it's inexplicably cozy. And I'll be happy with that.
Jack Smith, D.C., Florida, Fonnie Willis. I mean, You fought through all of that to get back right here in this office. What people don't know is over there's a little red button you push. You scare people. People think it's the nuclear button, but it's really, you know,
something else.
It's something you use it for a different purpose.
It's a Diet Coke
button. But the question I have, it was, at any point, did you doubt you would be back here?
So it's a great question. It's something I don't think about. I never really thought about it. I don't think about, gee, will I be back? I just do it. I get it done. I get things done. I'm good at getting things done.
Great question. It's all the preemptive, like, glazing questions. Again, it's the first interview of the president. You'd think we'd want hard-hitting questions on, like, how to run the country, but instead it's like, can you, dear leader, can you please, like, glaze yourself for us? Can you, like, self-suck a little bit in front of the camera?
Mind to it. As you know, we had a great election in 2016. I had a much better election in 2020. And if I didn't have that election, I wouldn't have run. If I thought that I didn't get the number of votes, and it was reported that I got almost 75 million votes, and that was their numbers. That wasn't the numbers. That was their numbers. That was more than anybody has gotten in history, any sitting president had ever gotten. And you lost. Had I gotten like 50 million, or 40 million, or 60 million, I would never have run. But that was like a poll. So, but I had a different attitude. Too big to rig.
Poll came out.
I do think there's an indictment here that even though Joe Biden won by a significant margin, he should have won by an even more significant margin, you know? Or like not Joe Biden, but a candidate. I still maintain that even in 2020, Bernie Sanders could have swept the floor, assuming the DNC worked with him. Now, in reality, the DNC probably would have sabotaged him constantly, wouldn't have afforded him as much positive airtime as he deserved, would have undercut him at every turn. But if they showed the support for him they did for Joe Biden, I think that he would have won by much greater margins, not just by exceeding Joe Biden's vote count in 2020, but by taking away a bunch of Donald Trump's votes, you know? Because a bunch of his messaging on like DNC establishment liberals trying to go after him for saving the country or whatever, it just doesn't work as well against Bernie. It just doesn't, you know? It just doesn't.
Just in the last 24 hours, by insider advantage, that's Matt Towery. He nailed 2016, 2020, and 2024. Great pollster, as you know.
Right.
And he gave you a 56% approval rating. He also said of Congress, and I had a town hall with members of Congress last night, that 70% of respondents want Congress to unite behind your agenda.
I watched that show. It was a great show, and you had some great people in the background. Yeah. I know every one of them, and they're really patriots. I just saw the love. You know, as the speaker, who is doing a terrific job, the speaker is answering questions, and I saw the acknowledgement and the love they had. And those are tough people.
They haven't talked about anything yet. No, but they will. I saw the clips. They will.
And you know, these are not easy people.
There are others that are tougher.
I said, well, I don't know. This is a tough group if they want to be. They're not. Nobody much tougher. But they're very unified. I think they're going to do a great job.
But they have a small majority. You went through over 200 since we've got here. And we have breaking news today that we'll get to in a minute. And especially as it relates to the border and some other issues.
So can we skip to those interesting parts then? How will I know when those interesting parts are without going through the video? Also, fuck you.
And
piece of shit.
But you're going to need to do some of these things legislatively. You will probably play the largest role in uniting them both in the House and Senate. Reconciliation, the Senate has very strict, rules governing how they can do it. Do you, one big beautiful bill, two bills, do you care at this point?
I don't care as long as we get to the final answer. I like the concept of the one bill. I guess I said one big beautiful, and that's what everyone faces. Actually, it's sort of a nice sound to it.
Very
but I do like that concept. It could be something else. It could be a smaller bill and a big bill. Right. But as long as we get to the right answer. Now, I will say that Los Angeles has changed everything because a lot of money is going to be necessary for Los Angeles. And a lot of people on the other side want that to happen. And
North Carolina, too.
Fast. Well, they don't care about North Carolina. The Democrats don't care about North Carolina. What they've done.
I mean, the Democrats, under Joe Biden, they immediately provided like the greatest amount of aid they possibly could, depleting FEMA's coffers and using the organization to the best of its ability. But, Whatever. Always victim mode, victim mode, victim mode, victim mode. Always, always, always victim mode.
With FEMA is so bad. FEMA is a whole nother discussion because all it does is complicate everything. FEMA has not done their job for the last 4 years. You know, I had FEMA working really well. We had hurricanes in Florida. We had Alabama tornadoes. But unless you have certain types of leadership, it gets in the way. And FEMA is going to be a whole big discussion very shortly because I'd rather see the states take care of their own problems. If they
this is like some unironic fall of the Union shit right here. This is like an actual like collapse of the United States type thing here. Like the cost of climate disasters already exceeds state budgets for repairs and recovery in many cases, and it's only going to get worse with time. So yeah, this is hey, listen, man, California can afford to take care of its own natural disasters. It's the wealthiest state. North Carolina cannot. Not even close. So
they have a tornado someplace, and if they let that state, Oklahoma is very competent. I love Oklahoma. 77.
Oklahoma is last in basically every possible measurable metric. Life expectancy, educational attainment, like income. Oklahoma's ranked 51st in everything. But they're very pro-Trump. So, you know, draw the correlations you want to, I suppose.
7 out of 77 districts. And that's never been done before. I did it 3 times. I mean, think of it, 3 times. Never been done.
I don't normally say this because I think there are like redeemable parts of most parts of the country. Like, for example, Louisiana, you got New Orleans. Mississippi, apparently really, really beautiful areas like in the bayou, like down by the water. There are some really nice communities. Oklahoma, as far as I can tell, might actually be irredeemable. I'm sure there are some parts of it that are okay. I think from what I have heard, it might actually just be shit. The whole thing might just be shit, you know? Like, it lacks the natural beauty or the landmarks. It's not enough on the East Coast to have, like, the old history or whatever. It's just, like, total shit. You know? That's all I've heard. It's cheap, I guess, lol. Well, you got that.
Michigan had the record 56 out of 77. I
get what you pay for.
77 out of 77. So you have to love a place like that. I love Oklahoma. But you know what? If they get hit with a tornado or something, let Oklahoma fix it. You don't need...
Ooh. Red flags to the red state governors, too? What's the Oklahoma's budget for natural disaster and recovery? Like $5, do you think? Fell for it again? Ooh, I don't know. Sorry, man. Dude, how do you think they're going to pay for all the upcoming tax cuts to wealthy people? You think they're going to... No, they're going to cut FEMA, dude.
And then the federal government can help them out with the money. The FEMA is getting in the way of everything.
So that sounds like it amends what we've said. I promise you it doesn't. Because these states have an extremely limited capacity to even deploy the resources to get reimbursed. Like, Oklahoma doesn't have a task force anything like FEMA that can handle local natural disasters. So even if the federal government foots the bill, how do you spend the money to begin with? You know?
And the Democrats actually use FEMA not to help North Carolina.
It makes no sense.
So I'm stopping on Friday. I'm stopping in North Carolina, first stop, because those people were treated very badly by Democrats. And I'm stopping there. We're going to get that thing straightened out because they're still suffering from a hurricane from months ago. And then I'm going to go to California.
Will you meet with Gavin?
I don't know. I haven't even thought about it. Look, Gavin's got one thing he can do. He can release the water that comes from the north.
The water.
There's massive amounts of water, rainwater and mountain water that comes due with the snow, comes down as it melts. There's so much water, they're releasing it into the Pacific Ocean. And I told him, it's a political thing for the Democrats. I don't know.
I played the tape. You said it to him in front of him in 2018.
I said it to him in front of the media and everything else, and nobody talks about it. The media never picks it up. You put it out. I was so happy to see that.
The fuck is he talking about? He's because California is like the big thorn in his side because it's massive and very wealthy and blue. He had to think of something to like pick an indefinite fight over, like with California over. And the thing that he settled on is that California has magic untapped water that it's decided not to use for agriculture and irrigation and such for no reason. That's the thing that he settled on here. Is he making shit up? Yes. California's water resources and where they go and how they're managed are incredibly complicated. I don't pretend to be an expert on it. I promise you that Gavin Newsom does not have like a river that could supply all of California that he is just deciding to dump into the ocean for no reason. Obviously. But, you know.
Because some people said, is that possible? They have water coming down from the Pacific Northwest, which is a lot of water. So much water that they'd have to let some of it go at some point. They don't need reservoirs. They don't need any. They're spending all this money on these reservoirs, and they're fake reservoirs. You know,
But the reservoirs were empty. The hydrants didn't work, and then
the reservoirs were actually full during the wildfires and still are. The fire hydrants did work. They just ran out of water pressure because they had to use much of it so quickly in the Palisades.
Practicing the science of forestry.
This is unironically how the country falls apart. I've said a million times, fascism never lasts because they're deliberately irrational. They're anti-empiricist. So when reality conflicts with their views, they go with their views. And when reality catches up to them, they fall apart. And this happens every time. And this is it. Like, it's literally day 4. This will be like, this is not a minor gaffe. This is literally like the affairs of the nation. It could destroy the country.
Sprinklers didn't work in the homes because they had no water. Think of it. We have sprinklers.
What?
Think of it with no water. They didn't have any water. The fire hydrants. Yeah,
I don't think that residential homes typically have sprinkler systems. I mean, you can get them installed, but okay.
Hard to believe the place has sprinklers. It's nice, but you don't want to lose this office. By the way, how do you like it?
Well, I'm glad. It's great to be back. I'm not going to lie.
You know, I've had the biggest people in the world come here, and they come into the Oval Office, and they just look, and they want time to look.
The fact that in the Oval Office, one of his biggest complaints was rich people won't be able to take long showers makes me want to die. Okay. But he was specifically talking about policy in the city of Beverly Hills that happened when I lived in Beverly Hills. And they did make us, or, well, they didn't make us do anything. They did ask us to take 5-minute showers. And I don't want to take a 5-minute shower. I wanted to take 20-minute long showers while listening to music on my phone, which I had set on the toilet lid outside the shower when I was in high school. So basically what I'm saying is, think of it from both sides, okay?
Look, they're looking around. George Washington, Abel, Honest Abe.
One day maybe we can do a tour. We had a conversation, and maybe I shouldn't disclose this, but I will. And it was after the 2020 election. And you asked me a question, and we've known each other for 30 years, so we have a friendship and we have a professional relationship. And the question you asked me...
What songs were you listening to? The classic. The Madness Combat songs 1 through 7 loop. It's all you need, baby. Get you through the shower. 2 loops of that and you're through.
Maybe in the end it will be better that if I came back.
I thought you hated music. I think my response to that question indicated that I do.
In 4 years.
Stop.
And we talked about history. After World War II, Winston Churchill was thrown out, but they brought him back. Grover Cleveland is the only other American president that did not serve consecutive terms. And my answer to you was, I thought it would be bigger if you came back.
It's turning out to be bigger. And I think one thing is happening is people are learning that they can't govern and that their policies are terrible. I mean, they don't want to see a woman get pummeled by a man in a boxing ring.
No.
They don't want to see men.
That's what I mean by like deliberately irrational, you know? Imran Khan, literally like a woman, biologically. It's just, it doesn't matter, you know? Isn't she suing people over that?
Women's sports and otherwise. Yeah, they don't want to see them, and they don't want to have transgender for everyone. They don't want a child leave home as a boy and come back 2 days later.
Biologically a woman. Shut the fuck up. How pro-trans do I have to be? Okay? Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear it.
As a girl. A parent doesn't want to see that. And there are states where that can happen.
Oh.
They don't want to see taxes go through the roof. Like, this is the only group of people that want to raise your taxes. They say, we want to raise your taxes. You know, if they don't work with us on the Trump tax cuts extending, that would mean it would go back to the taxes. We got the largest tax cut in history. That would mean the taxes would go up more than any tax hike in the
Trump literally raised taxes in the lower class. Oh, and taxes are going to go up further. Don't get it twisted, okay? The tax cuts they're going to pass on the wealthy, like, this money needs to come from somewhere, and it's not coming from the military. You know, you've got entitlements and you've got raising taxes. You know, you've got such and such. It's gonna get bad. I can only hope. Listen, please like, subscribe, and donate so I fit in the tax bracket that's not hit by this. Unfortunately, they're probably just gonna go after like capital gains and corporate taxes and stuff like that. I don't know if they're going to cut like the upper margin of the, you know, like the upper brackets, because that doesn't even make you rich anymore, man. Like, to be rich enough to be an ally to the Trump administration, that's not like $500,000 a year territory anymore. Now you have to be like multi-millionaire, you own a private island, you have a yacht. Like, and this is what the accumulation of capital looks like. Before, it's like, okay, if you make $150,000, $200,000 a year or more, you're in the club. Now it's like, you need to actually be a fucking oligarch to be up here. You know what I mean? It's crazy. They pulled the net right up and over me. It's fucked up.
History of our country. And normally you'd say that's got to be the easiest negotiation in history, because if they did that, how could they ever win an election? But they'll fight us on that. They fight us on things. It's incredible.
Here, I ran into...
They don't use common sense. In my opinion, the Democrats don't use common sense.
And common sense won the day in the election.
Yeah, but you know the amazing thing? I'm watching now. Now it's time, and, you know, a few months have passed, and the election's over, and you see what happened, and it was a rout. I won all 7 swing states, and we won by millions of votes, the popular vote. Millions.
5%?
And
win?
Nobody can even believe some of the numbers.
One of the closest elections ever.
With African Americans, with Hispanics, with everything, how well we did. Nobody can believe the numbers. How about with youth? I won youth by 36.
Yeah. People are going to believe this shit, man. Already 100 million Americans believe this because he keeps saying it.
6 points. Now, maybe that's because I went on TikTok. I don't know. But I'm starting to have a very warm spot.
TikTok is going to be sold, right?
I think TikTok's going to maybe stay around.
People like Senator...
people want to buy it. People want to buy it.
But those that say they know say it's a spying app for the communist Chinese.
But you can say that about everything made in China. Look, we have our telephones made in China.
Completely dropped the anti-TikTok talking points as soon as it occurred to him and his administration that he could just flex his power over America TikTok and turn it into another mouthpiece for the oligarchy, you know? Once again, please remember, the censorship has already begun on TikTok. Free Palestine, free Luigi. Those both get your shit removed. Literally, like, he just had a straight-up meeting with the CEO of TikTok. And he was like, yeah, you know, you can, we'll be favorable to you. We'll let this shit slide. But, you know, this is the price of entry.
For the most part, we have so many things made in China. So why don't they mention that, you know? The interesting thing with TikTok, though, is you're dealing with a lot of young people. So
they love it.
Is it that important for China to be spying on young people, on young kids watching crazy videos and things?
I don't want China spying on anybody.
No, but they make you telephones and they make you.
Trump is literally defending it now. Sean Hannity, you're on like talking points from 2 or 3 years ago. You're behind the times. Now we're all pro TikTok because they're in service to the oligarchy, you know. But before, now Trump's like, China, they spy on you, they spy on me, whatever, they spy on kids. Not surprising that Trump wouldn't think it's that serious to spy on kids. Spent a lot of time on Little St. James looking into changing rooms, I imagine.
Computers, and they make a lot of other things. Isn't that a bigger threat?
I'm sure that'll be part of your discussions with President Xi, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. Let me go to the border. We do have breaking news today. I ran into Tom Homan as I was walking in today.
Right.
And so far, 308 total arrests, 296 detainees, and the first deployment of military assets to the U.S. border. The deployment includes active duty troops in the National Guard.
Right.
And here's my biggest fear.
What's the breaking news?
And concern beyond the Iranian assassination squads is we now know 14 million. We don't know how many gotaways. We don't know the total number. But we have known terrorists in our country. We have known murderers, rapists. We have...
This has literally always been the case for as long as America has existed. I'm looking at 2 of them.
Violent criminals, cartel members, gang members. Now, I would imagine if you came from Iran and Syria and Egypt and Afghanistan and Russia and China and Venezuela, you didn't come here because you want a better life for your children. I would imagine those known terrorists are planning an attack on our homeland.
Yeah, dude. That me when I watch way the fuck too much 24 in Homeland.
At a moment's notice, you're going to be in this desk, maybe sitting at this desk or maybe up in the residence, and they're going to call you down in the Situation Room.
Yeah, fear-mongering 101. Yeah, remember, like everything, all of the deportations, all the military spending, it can only be maintained if the citizenry are kept in a constant state of terror over, you know, Muslim, Venezuelan, terrorist, cartel murder cells, Islamically detonating bombs in women's bathrooms. It's been like this for decades, man. It's just, it feels so much more, I don't know, quaint now that half the Republican Party has swapped from that kind of messaging to just full-on, like, neo-Nazi, you know, we will eradicate the Untermenschen type bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, now it's like, okay, this is like Bush administration shit. What are you going to do next? Send them to Gitmo? Like, come on. We know what this is about.
Our homeland is under attack. I would like to be wrong, but when you have known terrorists, you have to believe that they are going to attack our homeland. That would change their trajectory, that moment of your entire presidency.
Remember that when that one actress for Homeland went on, was it the Colbert Show? And she was like, yeah, as part of our training for the show, we actually got brought to like a spy camp and talked to a bunch of actual government agents who gave us like pointers and information. And then you remember like, oh yeah, shows like 24 and Homeland aren't just made by like paranoid Republican directors or whatever. They're actually made in conjunction with the CIA and other like State Department assets and the intelligence community in an effort to legitimize and reinforce the paranoia that then leads people into those organizations, you know? Like none of that shit happens in a vacuum. They're directly told, you know, like, no, like this is how it's going to go down. A lot of Hollywood works that way. You don't see a lot of Hollywood movies that directly criticize the U.S. government, or I should say the U.S. military, do you? You see a lot that criticize the government. You almost never see any that are critical of the U.S. military.
Has to weigh on you?
Yeah, it could be. And I know I've watched you for a lot of years, and you actually make one statement before you say that. You say 100% certain.
I do.
That's a pretty big statement.
And then I say, I pray to God I'm wrong.
Yeah, I hope you're wrong too. And I won't comment, but I tend to agree with you. It depends. We'll see what happens. Look, we have a lot of great people right now, a lot of great people on this situation.
Does Avatar count as anti-military? Why am I blanking on the name of one of the most famous directors of all time? He directed Avatar, the Titanic. Give me the name. I'm just blanking. I just forget names. I know who I'm talking about here. Just give me the James Cameron. Thank you. James Cameron's actually based in Red Pilled. He wrote it. There's that blurb I went over on stream some time ago. Like, obviously, the Titanic is about, like, class differences and stuff, but in Terminator 2, the reason why the T-1000 is an LA cop, like, so some interviewer asked James Cameron, like, why'd you make the antagonist Terminator in T2 a cop? And James Cameron was like, well, cops are evil. They're sinister, they're malicious, they don't serve the public interest, so I thought it would be perfect. Like, he went off on them, basically, which was, like, the first shot you see when he gets out of the car is protect and serve on the car, then it swerves up, you see the T-1000's face. Such a good movie. Such a good movie, man. I mean, you know, T1 is great and everything, but T2 is classic. Here's the quote. I'm sorry, I just have to read it because it's really, really good. Okay? Give me the quote, please. Cops think all non-cops as less than they are, stupid, weak, and evil. They dehumanize the people they are sworn to protect and desensitize themselves in order to do that job. Jesus. Boost?
A gross miscarriage of common sense to allow people to come in. And I believe the number is 21 million people, and a large percentage of them are criminals. All over the world. This is not just South America. This isn't, you know, we talk Venezuela. That's a big abuse.
You think Terminator 3 comes close to 1 and 2? Don't ask stupid questions. Why would you ask that? Why would you offend me? Your website no longer pops up for autofill on the browser on my phone? This is me. This is me getting weak, man. I'm looking at chat. I'm just responding to shit. I should have not acknowledged that message. I don't... Okay? You cleared your search history recently? Who cares? Thank you for the update. I love you. Sorry.
But these are countries from
Iran,
the
Syria?
Congo, countries that you don't even think of. The Congo has emptied their prisons out into the United States. We're not thinking about the Congo. We're thinking about South America. It's much more than South America. But prisons from all over the world have been emptied out into our country by Biden, allowing it to happen. I don't even know if...
I'm sorry. Wait. Hold on. I'm sorry. 1 second.
Much more than South America. But prisons from all over the world have been emptied out into our country by Biden.
Biden did that? Holy shit. This guy's power level grows whenever you're not looking at him. I thought he was like an inept, dementia-stricken, senile old man. I didn't realize that he was fucking personally busting open prisons across the SEAL Team 6 and Biden together. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he's all powerful when you're not looking at him.
Allowing it to happen. I don't even know if he knew what the hell was going on, but who would want this? I always say to people, you know, you always like to understand, like in a business here, you want to understand the other side. Why do they want something, you know, et cetera, and you figure it out. And there's usually an answer, almost always. I don't understand, why does somebody want open borders where, and they say the vote, okay, but I did well with the Hispanic vote, if you're looking at Hispanic. They say they do it because they want to think they're going to stay in power. It's going to be better for Democrats. I don't really believe that. Besides that, they cheat so much. They don't have to do that. They cheat so well. They're very good at cheating. The only thing they're good at really is cheating. But here's the thing I ask. Why would somebody say that open borders are good, where jails and mental institutions from other countries and gang members right off the streets of the toughest cities in the world are being brought to the United States of America and emptied out into our country? Why would anybody that even likes, you don't have to love our country.
That moment when the propaganda that you've constructed is so delusional and unbelievable that it's actually genuinely difficult to sell to people and to yourself. Like you have to reflect for a second, like maybe this cartoonish, insane, contradictory, mutually exclusive nonsense theory that I've devised with no empirical backing, like maybe we've overstepped. But they never do, right? It's like the Hitler big lie thing, you know? Like the way you get inoculated to lies past a point. The more you lie, the more you sort of like wear your constituents down to make them distrustful of truth. You can just say anything, you know? You tried talking with a Trump supporter lately? Barely even like communicable, you know? I have seen so many people on Twitter, because my family's based, but like I've seen so many people on Twitter who are like, I tried to explain to my dad that Donald Trump just revoked the Lyndon B. Johnson Equal Employment Opportunities Executive Order from 1965, or that he's trying to define birthright citizenship out of existence in a violation of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. And it's the Trump supporting family member is always like, I don't believe that. That's fake. Okay. I mean, like they're saying it on the White House website, whitehouse.gov.
To like it. Why would anybody that likes our country, the Democrats, allow that to happen? And even now, I watch them on television, they're trying to justify it. You can't justify it. The reason it can be is two reasons. You're stupid, and I don't think they're stupid. I think anybody that cheats that much and that well is not stupid. You're either stupid or you hate the country. Those are the only two reasons. Sean, who would ask for open borders with people pouring in, some of whom, I won't get into it, but you can look at them and you can say, could be trouble. could be trouble. There are people coming in.
There are people with gang tattoos on.
There are people coming in with tattoos all over their face. Their entire face is covered with tattoos.
That identifies
Typically, you know he's not going to be the head of the local bank.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
I'm sorry, just like at a vibes glance premise, you see some like El Salvadorian gang member who's like 90% tattoo, and you're like, that guy does not work at Quiznos. I don't know, maybe. He's still incredibly funny. Absolutely. Classic. We're halfway through. You guys are doing great. You guys are doing absolutely great. We're more than halfway through. We're more than halfway through.
Exclusive interview.
Shut up.
What do you do?
Exclusive interview, then why can you find it at youtube.com/c/Vosh, huh? Exclusive. Yoink.
Sanctuary states, by definition, or sanctuary cities, they're aiding and abetting in the law breaking. Okay, they're going to get federal funds.
Yeah. We're trying to get rid of them. We're trying to end them, and a lot of the people in those communities don't want them.
Mind you that Quiznos is what got me Lamau. The Quiznos honey mustard chicken with vinaigrette was the one good item that they had, and I loved it more than anything on the Subway menu. Maybe even anything on the Jimmy John's menu. And then they just went out of business. It was fucked up. Had good macros, too. A lot of chicken, you know? Oh, man, I don't want to, like... I know this is going in the YouTube segment, but speaking of macros, my Peloton run the other day was insane. I feel so good. I think I hit the zone for the first time. Average watts through the 30-minute ride, 144, I think. Or 143, maybe. Stepped off after like 9 miles or something. Wasn't even that tired. Crazy. Like, blew past my previous kilojoule record. We're really getting there. It's getting harder and harder to fit in my fucking jeans because, like, I'm gaining muscle in my quads faster than I'm losing fat, like, in my upper legs. You know what I mean? So I'm making things harder for myself, but I'm really hoping it balances out before I go to New York.
You know, California is a big
Would
example.
you cut off their money?
I might have to do that. Sometimes that's the only thing you can do. Look, California is a great example of it. If you actually poll the people, they don't want sanctuary cities, but Gavin Newsom does, and these radical left politicians do. And, you know, if you asked them why, they couldn't even... I watched Gavin Newsom try to answer that question. He was unable to even answer. He looked like an idiot. You
were worried about your jeans being too loose a month ago. Those were different jeans. That was a different pair of jeans. That was the Buck Mason XJ Press high-waisted dressy jeans. I've got a lot of jeans, okay? Don't worry about it.
Unable to answer. I asked him one other question. Why is it that you don't want millions of gallons of water a day pouring throughout California? You know, the farmland in California is, they say, the equivalent of Iowa, great land, but it's got no water. And you sit there, and it's literally, you can see it burning. It's on flame.
Sure.
It's going to be so cool when summer hits around and Los Angeles gets an unprecedented drought. And Donald Trump is like, well, Gavin Newsom, why don't you hit the button that makes the water show up? And Gavin Newsom is like, what are you talking about? And then Trump gives them no money. That's going to be pretty cool. At least California has the money to manage. And my hope is that Gavin Newsom is preparing with, like, I don't know, the California Highway Patrol to establish a, like, emergency preparedness outside of FEMA. That's my hope. But Gavin Newsom's pretty evil, so I don't know. He's keeping the water to himself so he can take 20-minute showers. He would, the prissy fuck.
All they need is water in that big farmland. And I ask him, why? How is it possible that you're not allowing this water? They divert it out to the Pacific Ocean where it drops into the ocean. And you know what it's like? It's like nothing. To the Pacific Ocean, it's like 2 glasses of water. It's nothing.
The ocean doesn't even need that water.
Of water is diverted way up north in California into the Pacific Ocean. That water, you know, they have the pipes in it. It's half pipes. You see them all the time.
What?
Half pipes. People live in those half pipes now.
What?
You know, they have homeless living in those half pipes. But this is water that millions of gallons of water a week and a day in some cases, you know, depending on the flow. So much water they wouldn't know what to do with it. Your sprinklers would be filled. They can even, remember when I took criticism because I said you have to manage your forest? the head of a country that...
By the way, California does mismanage its water substantially. It's just that it's mismanaged by like oligarchs who own the water, you know? It's like a complicated set of issues with agricultural diversion and like meat, yeah, golf courses and shit, you know, animal agriculture, all that crap. In terms of like, you know, total availability of water, I mean, you could fix these policies, make things a bit better, but it's still a pretty dire situation, and it's getting worse.
Lives in forests. A number of them, actually. Finland told me this. Austria told me this. Head of Austria, head of Finland. And it was beautiful the way they expressed it. They said, we live in a forest. We are a forest nation. That's beautiful, isn't it, to say that? We have trees that are the most magnificent in the world, far more beautiful than what they have in California.
Okay. Leaving aside the fact that we're in the weave, the idea that any place on Earth has more beautiful trees than California is empirically falsifiable. Sorry, that's like, it literally not, it's the best in the world for that. Nothing else comes close. The redwoods, the sequoias, not even close. They're a wonder of the world. I've been, okay? He hasn't been. He doesn't know.
And much more flammable. He said, we don't have forest fires. We manage our forests.
You can get a degree in forestry.
Well, they'll do cuts, yeah, can you imagine? But you don't need much. You have to clean the floors of the forest. You know, when they had forests, I go to see some of the sites I watched in California. They use billions of dollars of money. And they do say, you know, I mean, look at what happened. Los Angeles, that's like a nuclear weapon went off, what's happened to Los Angeles. And, you know, that thing went for 4 or 5 days. Nobody was even fighting it because they didn't have any water. Their fire departments aren't funded properly.
He said the Finnish rake the leaves, but the Finnish prime minister didn't remember that convo because he's entering the weave. It's the weave. But there's no, like, there's nothing else to take from it, really. He's in the weave. The point you should be taking from this is that if blue states suffer from climate change, he won't help. He will invent an explanation for how it's due to local mismanagement. And often, there will be local mismanagement. There is not a part of the United States that is not mismanaged. The whole country is mismanaged. But that is what you can expect to see, you know? He probably won't help with red states either. You know, pardon me for being a cynic. I'm sure he'll fuck things up for everyone. But I don't see him talking about the mismanagement of Florida, Georgia, or North Carolina's land vis-a-vis hurricanes. Yeah, I don't see him talking about how Florida built beachfront property on docks going out into the water in hurricane territory. I don't see him talking about that. You know? Maybe everyone gets fucked over, but this rigmarole, this bullshit, this is going to be reserved for the blue states.
And the firefighters were brave as hell. They were fighting without water. I mean, they turn on a fire hydrant, there's no water that comes out. And they're sitting, and the fires are rushing at them at 30, 40 miles an hour. Those firefighters were brave. What happened to that state is incredible. And then you listen to, I remember when Ron DeSantis and Gavin Newsom were debating on your show. Yeah. And Newsom's talking like, everything's great. Oh, everything's great, just great, just great. More people left California this year than ever have left in history.
That is true.
Before the fire. But look at it. Take a look. And you know, the amazing thing, these are wealthy people. Many wealthy people lost their homes. I saw somebody on television, one of the wealthiest people, one of the most powerful people in the country, being interviewed as though he were a vagrant. His shirt was, and you have to know him, he's a mean, horrible human being. He's a tough guy, very tough guy, a horrible person. Yeah. But he's very rich. And
he's rich, but he's a horrible person.
No, he's a horrible human being. I know you have rich people that are very nice, but this guy's a terrible person. So
I don't know who he's talking about here.
I said, that's so-and-so. I said to Melania, I said, look at it. They were interviewing him as a guy that lost his house. He said, they took my house away. And he's literally in his underwear and his T-shirt. It looked like he just got...
I do think it's very revealing how existentially fascinated Donald Trump seems to be with the idea that wealthy people can also be negatively affected by stuff like this. Like, the only people he cares about are I was about to say he cares about other wealthy people. He doesn't. He only cares about himself. But like, he is in a different class. And normally people like him can deal with literally anything. There is something a bit like equalizing about climate change, where the only way to truly avoid it is to be so ostentatiously wealthy you can build like a fortress out in Hawaii or some shit, the way that like Zuckerberg is, you know? But if you're just like a run-of-the-mill multimillionaire, you're just as vulnerable as poor people, man. Like there are only a few. I would guess the number of people wealthy enough on Earth to like truly wall themselves off in preparation for climate change, probably less than 10,000. You know, I mean, you can go live out in the Alps or whatever I mean, you can find like a safe place, but you would be just as vulnerable as your neighbor. You know,
out of the bedroom, and I say, that's one of the wealthiest guys in the country. Look at this guy. Take a look at him. Somebody will tell you the name maybe after the interview, but you won't even believe it. But he was on television as somebody that, and he was complaining they wouldn't let him go to his house, which was on fire. They wouldn't let him go because, you know, they don't want him to die. You know, some of the wealthiest, most powerful people lost their homes, and it looked like our country was helpless. This fire was just raging. And then it would catch to another area, another area, another area. There was nothing. It took a week and a half, and I've never seen anything like it. We look so weak.
Will you give? Obviously, Americans want to help other Americans in need. Okay, fair enough. We do that. We got to help the people in North Carolina. They've been suffering.
Well, you know, that's what I want.
In a conversation about California, we need to help people in need, like the people in North Carolina, the red state. Okay.
Want to do. That's why I'm stopping there first.
You're going to stop in California.
I'm stopping in North Carolina.
Should the money be contingent on them practicing the science of forestry?
Well, I think this. I'm going to put a statement out today, I think, and maybe it's already written. I said, I don't think we should give California anything until they let water flow down into there
we go.
From the north to the south.
This is a political thing. I don't know what it is. You know, they talk about the Delta smelt. It's a little tiny fish like this. They say it's an endangered species. Well, how is it endangered? No wonder it's endangered. It's not getting any water. How do you, if you have a fish and you're stopping the water, isn't that going to hurt the fish?
I did a show in 2009 from the San Joaquin Valley, Devin Nunes' district.
Right.
And they wouldn't give thousands of acres of farmland water to protect that.
By the way, you see that now. I drove up the highway. I was with Devin Nunes, another Republican congressman, and I looked at these vast areas of land, and it looked like it was just burning. It was dark. It was dry. And then there'd be a little patch, little tiny patch of green, beautiful green. And I said, how come all this land has these little patches? They said, that's all that we're allowed to farm because we have no water. I said, are you having a drought? No. They've turned off the water. They've turned off the spigot from up north in order to protect the Delta smelt.
Let me move on to the
And by the way, I don't really believe it's the Delta smelt because nobody could do that. It's not endangered either. They have it in other locations, etc.
Sean Hannity's desperately trying to move on to another point, and Trump's like, no. I'm really committed to my anti-fish principle. That's like an axiomatic belief that I have. This is peak conspiracy brain. Yeah, it does kind of call into question the extent to which Trump believes the stuff that he says, because this sounds like something that he actually believes.
They're doing seemingly everything they could do, like New York is in many ways, to chase people away.
No, but can you imagine today?
It's crazy.
When people, and the press doesn't like, when I talk about the water that they're turning into the Pacific.
He will not get off this.
The press never wants to put it on. The fake news. They don't want to put it on, Sean.
You do realize that you have permanently tattooed into the forehead of legacy media the term fake news. You do realize they spent 9 years, 9 years attacking you from the moment you came down that escalator, and they didn't stop. And here's the interesting part to me, is that all of the attacks, all the weaponization, all the Pfizer warrants, all the Russia, and we can go on. All the various venues, the J6 committee, which kept out a lot of...
This is relevant how the only way to get Donald Trump the only way to reset his brain and get him on a different train of thought when he's like autistically committed to a subject is to talk about how persecuted he is and how he's like the bigliest boy. It's literally what Sean Hannity is doing. He has experience dealing with Trump. He tried to pull Trump away from the fucking fish water point for like a minute, 2 minutes there, and now he's like cycling back into this. It's the only way to reset him.
And how about the J6 committee? I call it the unselect. You know, they say to select.
But they didn't win.
No. What they did was criminal. That's why they got pardoned.
No,
they deleted and destroyed all of the information that they collected.
Why else
over
would they
2
need
years.
a pardon?
And you know why? Because it proved I was right. All of that information was deleted and destroyed. They deleted.
Why does he keep saying unselect? Because he's referring to the select J6 committee, and so he's saying it's the unselect committee because like they're bad. So like they were the select committee, but they're actually the unselect committee. Do you get it? Because it's the opposite.
All of the information having to do with the 10,000 soldiers that I offered to Nancy Pelosi, and she's now on tape admitting it.
I have 4 of the 5 people on tape, and General Milley was the 5th in writing, all saying that you authorized it in the days leading up. The Capitol Police Chief asked for the guard, was begging for the guard. Muriel Bowser, in writing, denied the use of the guard.
But Nancy Pelosi even more strongly denied it.
She said that.
She was responsible for the whole thing. She took responsibility. And she took responsibility for her daughter.
Yeah.
When it was exposed, they found the daughter's tape, a videotape of her mother saying that she was responsible. And you know what? And they try to lose it. But
let me move on to the
unselect. Remember this: the unselect committee.
Literally, no, she wasn't. Yes, yeah. The disclaimer: everything that he says is a lie. It's not. That's not just like don't do the research bit. It's that if I paused every time he said, well, I'd be here forever. Every time we'd be here forever. Yes, of course, he's lying. January 6th was a deliberate attempt at an insurrection where Trump let murderous, weapon-armed people into the Capitol. He pushed them in. He wanted them to have weapons, which is why he didn't want metal detectors at the rally. He defended them constantly until the Pentagon stepped in a short time after and basically told Trump, like, you are going to get them to back off the Capitol building, or we're going to show you a video of JFK's assassination from a new angle that you haven't seen before and no one's ever seen before, basically. And then Trump, put out the video, and that was it. That's that. I mean, that's it, And as soon as Biden took office, Garland should have nuked from orbit everyone associated with Trump and Trump himself, but he didn't. Instead, the J6 committee was established as a way of winning over public support. But the whole while, they just lost public support. More and more Republicans went from being disgusted by J6 to turning around and being supportive of it because they just gave them more time to consolidate media power. And now here we are. And Trump is almost certainly going to attempt, well, he's already is, to establish a tribunal to punish his political enemies. That's what he's trying to do. It's already, the executive order is already.
These people that were appointed, all Democrats, plus 2 worse than Democrats, that's crying Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney, who lost her congressional seat by more than any person in the history of Congress. She lost by a number that nobody has ever lost by. You know why? Because usually when you have a poll and you're down by like 40 or 50 points, you're smart enough to drop out. She should have dropped out. At least she wouldn't have that moniker.
Before I go to the economy and foreign policy, as long as you brought up this topic, Joe Biden, Chuck Schumer, Adam Schiff, who got a preemptive pardon, all these people that got pardoned, Anthony Fauci, did he know that NIH money through the EcoHealth Alliance was funding the Wuhan Virology Lab? There seems to be text and messages and emails that went back and forth. You talk about the unselect committee, as you call it, the January 6th committee. They had a predetermined outcome. General Milley, all these people, the Biden family members. Joe Biden ran and said he would never do preemptive pardons. It was an issue that came up when you were leaving your first time.
He heard that I was going to do it. I didn't want to do it. I was given the option. They said, sir, would you like to pardon everybody?
Trump pardoned an enormous number of people, including people like directly involved in the Russiagate investigation. Just like extremely upfront political cronyism, pardoning obviously guilty people who had been convicted of their crimes. It wasn't preemptive pardoning. It was post-emptive pardoning. Political allies. Yeah, we were there. It all happened.
including yourself. I said, I'm not going to pardon anybody. We didn't do anything wrong.
You pardoned lots of
people. We had
people.
people that suffered. They're incredible patriots. We had people that suffered. You had Bannon put in jail. You had Peter Navarro put in jail. You had people that suffered. And far worse than that, they've lost their fortunes. They've lost their whatever their nest egg.
Far worse than being convicted of federal crimes and put in prison. They've lost their money,
paying it to lawyers, and those people. And people said, and they wouldn't have even taken, most of those people, they wouldn't have even taken a pardon. This guy went around giving everybody pardons. And you know, the funny thing, maybe the sad thing, is he didn't give himself a pardon.
Wink.
And if you look at it, it all had to do with him. I mean, the money went to him.
Should Congress investigate that?
Well, I don't know. It's, you know,
You ordered the DOJ.
I've always been, look, he didn't give himself a pardon. And he didn't give some other people a pardon that needed it. And I heard Schiff went to him and just begged him for a pardon, because Schiff is a crook. Yeah. Schiff is a crooked guy. He's a crooked politician. He made up the story about Russia, Russia, Russia. He totally made it up. You know, he's a storyteller. And then after he made it up, they found out that there was a tape of the conversation made by, you know, I guess, the State Department. I don't know. When you make calls, they make tapes sometimes, not all the time.
He was the one talking to the Russians.
So he, in the meantime, made up the conversation, totally made it up about quid pro quo. There was no quid pro quo, just there was a perfect call. Tim Scott was the first one to come. He read it. He said, "This is a perfect call. What are you doing? You're impeaching."
I never get tired of hearing it, man. I never get tired of hearing it.
Schiff, Hillary, the whole group. You know what? They should. Schiff is just a bad, sick guy. And he went to Biden and he demanded a pardon because he thought he did something. He knew he did something.
Benny Thompson won the chairman of that committee.
Benny Thompson destroyed, along with that unselect committee.
Aren't you glad Democrats are too uptight to lie like that? They lie all the time, dude. They just never lie in a way that, like, enhances their political power. You know, they lie constantly. They just never do it in a way that benefits anyone. Like, at least the Republicans are self-serving. Democrats will lie to, I don't know, serve Israel? It's insane.
Destroyed
MIC.
all of the work that took place over 2 years. You know why? It showed that I was right.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
Fuck you, Sean Hannity. I have to say, the biggest takeaway here, the shift in discourse where, and keep in mind, Republican leaders know that climate change is real. They're aware of that fact. Like, Exxon has known about this since, like, God, I don't know, the 60s or whatever. They know about this. The big pointer to me here is that as climate change gets worse and these disasters keep coming and coming, they get more and more expensive. This is probably like the biggest breaking point, you know? This is what I mean about fascist rhetoric clashing with reality, because there is nothing they can do to stop. Well, there are things they could do to stop or at least mitigate the effects of climate change. They're just not doing it. It's going to be an issue. At least the next 4 years will be packed with content. Yeah, if YouTube doesn't, like, ban all left-leaning people. This might be a stupid question, but do you think in the future they'll shift to eco-fascism? No, eco-fascism has never been a real thing. In reality, like, fascism demands the cruel, myopic, anti-empiricist worldview that allows you to, like, just continue fucking the planet. Eco-fascism has always been, like, I don't know, the cope of people who think they're smarter than the average fascist. It's like Peter Thiel, Great Cathedral shit, you know? Oh, yeah, I'm not like that racist rabble. Sure, my outcomes and positions are racist, but I do it in a smart way. That's why I'm not like a crazy fundy on stuff like evolution, you know? It's bullshit. They never actually, it never pans out that way, you know? There are lots and lots of authoritarians around the world, and they're all chauvinist about the environment. What about the Unabomber? That's not a real political. That's one lunatic. That's not a real. I'm talking about political movements. Did you hear the Nashville school shooter was a black alt-right anti-black racist who got obsessed with Ann Coulter? Yeah, covered it yesterday. Not really much else to say there, apart from, I don't know, school shooters are just going to get more incoherently schizophrenic over time. Pretty wild shit. A lot of N-words in that manifesto. Plus, he was part of a group of them, an online group. I bet most of them weren't even planning on going through with it. This guy just really wanted to impress them. Solomon Henderson. If my name was Solomon, you would never catch me doing crazy shit like this, because my name, like, I've been anointed by God. I have been nominally determined to achieve great things, you know? Solomon? Okay. It's a powerful name. A lot of aura in there. He couldn't live up to it? No, no, no. He went out like a bitch. Newsweek article. Oh my god, the ADL actually criticized Elon Musk? You have to go really far for that one. Maybe we'll cover that. It won't change a thing? No, probably not. It is, the ADL is like the most anti-Semitic, like one of the most anti-Semitic organizations that I have ever had the displeasure of being aware of, though. So the fact that even they would go after Elon is pretty wild. We'll take a look at that in a sec. Did you see the Conception and Erection Act from Mississippi? Yes, and I find it uninteresting. Asked by a reporter if he had a criminal history, police said there may have been one prior incident without providing further details. Fascinating. Okay, so what's the ADL's criticism? Don't say Hess to Nazi accusations. Some people will Goebbels anything down. Stop goring your enemies. His pronouns would have been he, Himmler. Bet you did not see that coming. Let that sink in. It's like a cringe, it's like making your asshole pucker as a zip bomb, you know? Like it's an overwhelming... They're calling him the world's most soy human. He's very talented at that, if nothing else. What is he, 12? I'm really sorry, but I take issue with this comparison. I genuinely was not that cringe at 12. Like, that's not... And I think you weren't either. I genuinely think the average 12-year-old would be like, this is a bit much. Like, maybe one of these, but all of them in quick succession like that? That's not... I don't think there's any point in time during which this is like a sustainable... I'm the CEO of ADL. We've said it hundreds of times before. We'll say it again. The Holocaust was a singularly evil event. It is inappropriate and offensive to make light of it. Elon Musk, the Holocaust is not a joke. Pretty light criticism, but it's still pretty funny. Considering the fact that the people that Jonathan Greenblatt answers to are the same people that cavort directly with Elon Musk, you know? I have said this before, and I'll say it again, man. Elon is so personally detestable and odious and unfunny and cringe that he will be like an erosive force to all the people around him. From what I understand, the point is to use humor to normalize the behavior. Yeah, it's every internet neo-Nazi does that, and Elon is a Nazi. He literally he's every single day for years, he has been agreeing with Nazis on Twitter. There are plenty of non-Nazi Twitter accounts. I know it may not seem this way, but they are the majority. He's going out of his way to find the Nazis. And Elon is particularly unfunny even for a Nazi. It's a distinct honor. It is. Somebody said the ADL account on Twitter also criticized him, not just the CEO. So it seems. Making inappropriate and highly offensive jokes that trivialize the Holocaust only serve to minimize the evil and inhumanity of Nazi crimes, denigrate the suffering of both victims and survivors, and insult the memory of the 6 million Jews murdered in the Shoah. Yeah. Rare W on the ADL's part. But like again, like the ADL can only operate if they at least pretend to not be what they are, which is a militantly Zionist organization that will sacrifice everything else for that. Like eventually there's a breaking point, you know? I just basically what I'm saying is Elon is inconveniently obvious about being far right. Does that make sense? Like, I know it really may not seem this way. I understand that it's difficult to believe this with how things are right now, but if the average Republican voter was exposed to 5 minutes of Elon's Twitter feed directly and then looked at the tweets of the people that he responds to all day, they would disagree with it, like, very vehemently. Has the ADL always been this bad? Yeah, it has. But only recently has Israel been this much of a, like, political wedge, you know? They were really, really bad after the attacks on... the one that I did raised $250,000 for the PCRF afterwards. I remember they were really bad back then. For the most part, they chill out a little bit because, again, like their whole point is to kind of like legitimize themselves by pretending to be progressive. What's the PCRF? Palestine Children's Relief Fund. It is a humanitarian organization that operated out of Palestine before October 7th. That I raised a great deal of money for. They can't operate out of Palestine now because Palestine's like flat, you know? Anyway, take some solace in the knowledge that Elon Musk is so insanely bad at hiding his power level that it's causing even groups like the ADL to criticize him. Yesterday, a student opened fire at Antioch High School in Nashville, Tennessee. Our earlier research shows the shooter was fueled by violent, hateful views and extremist beliefs, but they won't call out, like, the right, I assume. They'll just say, like, extremist. The shooter, who self-identified as an accelerationist and mental cell, a form of incel, it's like you guys, particularly idolized the teenage girl who attacked a school in Madison, Wisconsin last month. That was the one whose final moments on this earth were in fucking Doc Martens. He also frequented incel and gore forums. Guys, I know this is going to come across as really obvious and, like, self-evident, but if you know somebody who brags about, like, having a high tolerance for looking at gore, you should probably cut contact with them entirely. This is like a 99 percentile mental illness masquerading as edgy high tolerance shit, you know? They'll pretend they're better than everyone because they're willing to face reality. Yeah, that's like the cope. I'm uncomfortable by how desensitized I can be. Okay, Melody Rain, gotta be honest, don't want to hear it. I don't care. I don't care. You keep those thoughts in your head. I don't normalize that shit. It's okay to like, if you see a dead body to go, oh, that makes me upset. That's fine. And if you don't feel that way, you got to work on that shit yourself. We're not propagating any of that, whatever the fuck this turns into. What's wrong with what? Oh, see, okay, now we got this shit in here. See, I'm telling you, I knew there was a reason I brought it up. I knew there was a reason I brought it up. Armchair ass psychology. Ooh, see, this is why I tell you guys, there are a lot of people out there. You got to keep your eyes out for this shit, man. You got to keep your eyes out for this shit. Work on yourselves. This is some Puritan shit, man. What the fuck is wrong with you? I don't get you people at all. I don't understand this shit. Go to therapy. I don't care if you can't afford it. If you have an orange name, you could have afforded 4 minutes of therapy once a month, okay? Where are all the gore cells coming from? What the fuck? There's a surprising number of them. I mostly remember this shit from high school because when you're in high school, everyone's trying to prove how edgy they are, but there are a lot of people who are in that ballpark, you know? It's pretty fucking weird. Tell them empathy correlates with intelligence. Gore cells when they realize that it actually does reflect negatively on their intelligence when they don't understand why other people are put off by them randomly saying, oh, I'm so desensitized to gore. Seems like you have a social IQ of 60. Perhaps you just banned a bunch of high schoolers? Good, then let this be a lesson to them. Ooh, fun. FBI and Homeland Security agents raid office of a well-known immigration lawyer in Providence, Rhode Island. That's great. Why? Well, I don't know. I'm just looking at a video clip. What do you want from me? Why? We're just here to react. I showed up in my block today, started warning my neighbors. Well, where do you live? I mean, don't dox yourself, but like, what city or state? Here we go. Thank you, Newswire. This is why I have you blocked. You never provide the fucking context to your stupid fucking links.
Breaking first at 5, FBI agents just left this Providence law firm. As you can see, they've been going in and out all day, bringing out evidence for an investigation. I'm Dan Janey.
And I'm Patrice Wood. The law offices on Doran Street in downtown Providence. NBC 10's Brian Crandall has been on the scene all day. He joins us live. Brian?
Well, Patrice and Dan, those federal agents wrapped up here about a half hour ago after being inside the law office of Joseph Molina Flynn. They were here since this morning. We were actually watching them work through the frosted glass window here, stacking evidence boxes, taking pictures. And just over an hour ago, those federal agents marched out boxes of files right past us, which appears to be evidence in their investigation. We've seen agents from the FBI, Homeland Security Investigations, and the IRS. Again, they were inside the office of Attorney Joseph Molina Flynn. He practices several areas of law, but is known for his work on immigration. His biography notes that he came to the U.S. as a child as an undocumented immigrant before later becoming a citizen. Now, the FBI and U.S. Attorney's Office in Rhode Island won't say what they're...
Well, that's fucking great. We're intimidating immigration lawyers. It would appear the raid was in the works before Trump became president and began his crackdown on illegal immigration. There was already a crackdown on illegal immigration. Well, impossible to know what's even going on here yet. Cool. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. Pete Hegseth has been brought in. Not surprising. Obviously, things like alcoholism and domestic abuse don't really concern, you know, Republican legislators. So, you know, I'm not, yeah. Has the final confirmation vote? Well, they've advanced him. Unless someone flips their vote at the end, which I doubt's going to happen. Will this increase violent policing against minorities? I don't see how I don't see how the Department of Defense has much to do with that. I mean, it's certainly bad. Ay, ay. Largely party line vote, despite grave objections to Democrats, stirring unease among Republicans over his behavior. Two Republicans, Murkowski and Collins, broke ranks with Trump and his allies, who have mounted an extensive public campaign to push Hegseth towards nomination. The vote was 51-49, with the final vote on confirmation expected Friday. They're confirming tomorrow at 9. Yeah, but like the odds of them backing out with the numbers they have now are pretty low. They did go forward with it was the CIA, right? Director of the CIA. They went forward with him. He was that Deus Vult anti-Iran guy, right? What are his views on Ukraine/Russia? I'm not sure, but he's not heading the State Department, so his views on foreign affairs aren't necessarily as relevant. Isn't having a buffoon like Hegseth be defense secretary kind of the better outcome, though? I don't really think so. Like, the only thing Trump wanted from that position is loyalty, not necessarily competence. You don't need to be that competent with the Pentagon to be, like, infinitely powerful, basically. One second. Why the fuck am I always getting Forbes breaking news recommendations at the front of my YouTube now? Every time. They're blowing up so much. They're getting more attention than Fox News.
Texas.
They've been posting like crazy.
Thanks, Mike, and thank you all for bringing this bill up. People say to me from time to time, Randy, you don't like him, you just are against immigration. And I look them dead center and I say, no, I'm not. I wouldn't be here without it. My grandfather and my great-grandfather came over from Germany on the boat in 1903. We have the manifest. My grandmother to Texas, went through New York and came to Texas. My grandmother's family came over in 1845 and settled in Central Texas. If that hadn't happened, I wouldn't even be here. But, folks, they did it legally. So I want to thank you all again for bringing this up, Dr. Babin, this Birthright Citizenship Act. Let me tell you something. The radical left is going to lose their friggin' minds over this. I can't wait for it.
There's the clip.
They're spinning the same tired narrative, calling President Trump and Republicans heartless and cruel and inhumane for daring to address the issue of birthright citizenship. And now, 22 states are suing to block Republicans from overturning this deeply flawed policy. Let me tell you, the policy is so deeply flawed. If you've read the 14th Amendment, if you remember the time frame that it took place in, I'll give you all a math quiz. 14th Amendment. Can any of y'all tell me which amendment preceded the 14th Amendment? Any math majors out there? Of course, the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery. The intent of our founders and our members of Congress back then was to make sure that African Americans got a place in America. Now, I've talked to judges, some of them in Congress, that said, well, no, birthright citizenship is part of the 14th Amendment. I said, look, just because some court has interpreted that doesn't make it right, doesn't make it law. The courts and the judges get it wrong. Supreme Court gets it wrong all the time. They actually ruled that African Americans could be counted as 3/5 of a citizenship for census records, right? They also ruled that...
I do like the repeated invocation of historical racism as a defense of invalidating the first clause of the 14th Amendment. You know? Liberal fascism, man. Yeah, you know he, like, agrees with that. He's just cynically using it now. Do they post like a motherfucker now? It literally does make it law what? Sorry, jurisprudence isn't a real thing, okay? That's fake, actually. They really got their finger on the damn pulse, don't they? Fucking Mr. Beast ass thumbnails. These thumbnails are nothing like Mr. Beast's. You're just saying words. That snort was disgusting. Getting mad at people for snorting through their words like that is racism against Southern genteel, you know, would-be slave owners. Oh, that's right. The CIA director.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's great to have you here. I'm thrilled to be
Great
joined,
audio.
of course,
Great
by
audio, as
our
always.
incoming Director of the Central Intelligence Agency, John Ratcliffe, as well as his lovely wife, Michelle. And I will say that John is a great patriot, a guy that has the trust of the president, and I think really believes deeply in the mission, first of all, of keeping Americans safe, but also doing it in a way that ensures that the American people have confidence in our national intelligence services. And both of those things really matter. We're not going to have much safety, and we're going to have a great intelligence services unless the American people actually trust that those intelligence services are doing their job. And I have every confidence that John Ratcliffe is going to do that. That's why the president nominated him, and that's why the Senate confirmed him with big margins. Now, normally, after I administer the oath,
I think it was like
actually
75-25.
The new guy to say a few words, but given that he's the leader of the CIA, anything that he told you, he would have to, well, you know how that goes. So John Ratcliffe is not going to give any remarks because every piece of knowledge in his brain is actually classified, so he's going to head straight to Langley and do his job that the American people need him to do. So John, are you ready? I'm ready. Okay, please place your hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. I, John Ratcliffe.
I, John Ratcliffe.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies.
It was Ratcliffe anyway. Are you paying attention? He is now the director of the CIA.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office on which I'm about to enter.
The duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
He's a extremely conservative MAGA lunatic, so, you know, you can kind of infer a bunch of his political positions based on that description. Not really much new there. Yay! Another great person in the Trump administration. Welcome back, COINTELPRO. Yeah, he's going to work with Marco Rubio to assassinate Lula da Silva. It's going to happen. He's going to break Bolsonaro's supporters out of the Lulags. Oh, this is fucking grim.
50 because of this election.
I know you want to turn the page. The House is now Republican.
Is it, what podcast is this? What am I looking at right now? On Forbes Newsroom, Rep. William Tim. Oh, this is their proprietary podcast. It's not all it's not all just stuff they're pulling from like C-SPAN or whatever.
Senate Republican President Donald Trump was sworn in earlier this week. You were at the inauguration. Take us inside the room. What was that like, A? And B, what's your reaction to the flurry of executive actions and orders that President Trump signed?
Well, first, you can tell that I don't have a lot of hair. I was very happy that it was moved inside. It was 12 degrees outside on inauguration day. I thought I was going to lose fingers and toes and ears. Inside the rotunda was truly incredible. Honestly, I've been in that room hundreds of times.
You could not make me watch this for 4 minutes, 36 seconds, even to get to the point. Expect a subpoena soon. House Oversight Republican issues warning to pardon January 6 committee members. That's great. Now, I'm telling you, man, they're going to do like a full tribunal to persecute enemies of the Trump administration. Bring me in.
You all set? Okay, very good. We've signed some executive orders. They were very important in just about every case. And it will go through the first one,
more?
Please.
Yeah, of course more.
Do you want to? Yeah, Mr. President, this is an executive order on crypto. We're going to be. Oh, sorry, we're doing AI first. Sorry, Mr. President, this is an executive order on AI. We're basically announcing the administration's policy to make America the world capital in artificial intelligence and to dominate and to lead the world in AI.
Do you want to say your name, your full name?
David Sachs, AI and Crypto Czar.
David is one of the greatest in the world at AI. Most respected, probably.
Really actionable policy. Yeah.
So that should take us to the forefront, right?
Absolutely. We got to win.
Okay.
Thanks, I see it.
Thank you. And this, David, is?
Yeah, this is the Crypto EO. We're going to be forming an internal working group to make America the world capital in crypto under new leadership.
Which is really going up, right?
Absolutely.
These are literally just virtue signals to the business class, like which sectors the United States government is going to use its tax money to bolster and reinforce and enrich. You know, that's it. None of this means anything. No, it means a lot. It means like it's the signal, you know? Yes, the government exists to siphon money from taxpayers into certain industries. These industries are now on the up and up, you know?
All right, David, that's for you. Thanks. You find them exciting? They might not be exciting, but we're going to make a lot of money for the country.
Thank you, sir.
And so is David. You have to check him out. There's nobody like this guy. They said, how did you get David Sachs? How did you do that? And he's doing it for the country more than anything else. So we appreciate it, David. Thank you very much.
This is an executive order establishing a presidential commission, an advisory commission on science and technology.
Good.
Bets on a national crypto reserve. He has literally said that he's going to do that. The strategic Bitcoin reserve, i.e., billions of your taxpayer dollars being dumped into Bitcoin to increase the value of the coins already held by other people.
Do you want to explain that a little bit?
The basic idea is to get together top people from government, the private sector, technology industry, as well as educational institutions, to make sure that America maintains its leadership position with respect to science and technology development in the years ahead.
Good. That's great.
Next, sir, we have a presidential memorandum encouraging departments and agencies in your government, including the Department of the Interior, to promote federal recognition of the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina.
I love the Lumbee tribe. So this is their first big step, right?
This would be a huge step for them, sir.
Yeah, they were with me all the way. They were great. North Carolina, Lumbee tribe.
Without knowing anything about this, I'm going to guess that this is like a tiny tribe of like 6 people that decided the best way for them to get recognition would be to go like hardcore pro-Trump, and they're getting their payout. That would be my guess. I don't know whether that's true or not. That's just my guess. That's exactly what it is? Okay.
Okay, you'll send them a copy of that?
Yes, sir.
They were great. Okay.
And if you'd like, I could get them that pen, sir, as well.
Yeah, let's do that.
Next, we have a set of pardons for peaceful pro-life protesters who were prosecuted by the Biden administration for exercising their First Amendment rights.
Do you know how many?
I believe it's 23, sir.
23 people were prosecuted. They should not have been prosecuted.
Terrible.
Many of them are elderly people. They should not have been prosecuted. This is a great honor to sign this.
Oh, that's interesting. During the 2020 U.S. presidential election campaign, then-candidate Joe Biden announced on October 8th, 2020, his support for federal recognition of the Lumbee tribe by pledging his backing to the Lumbee Recognition Act. 2 weeks later, Donald Trump also announced his support for federal recognition of the tribe via the same legislation. The following weekend, he held a rally there to shore up support among Native Americans. During the rally, Trump stated, "The Lumbee Nation is forgotten no more." Trump's rally was significant in that it was the first official visit to Robeson County by a sitting U.S. president in history. Historically, most of Robeson County had trended Democrat. However, Trump carried the county narrowly in 2016. In 2020, the margin of victory for Trump increased dramatically, probably the same for 2024. Many attribute this swing in Trump's favor to his visit and explicit support for recognition of the tribe by the federal government. I guess it shows doing rallies makes a difference.
They'll be very happy. So they're all in prison now?
Some are out of custody.
It's ridiculous. Okay.
Lastly, sir, we have an executive order ordering the declassification of files relating to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, Senator Robert F. Kennedy, and the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
That's a big one, huh? A lot of people are waiting for this for years, for decades.
Well, we'll see if anything exciting comes of it. I guess this is mostly going to be distractions.
And everything will be revealed. Okay. Give that to RFK Jr.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, a U.S. judge temporarily blocks the birthright citizenship order. Do you have any reaction?
No, obviously we'll appeal it. They put it before a certain judge in Seattle, I guess, right? And there's no surprises with that judge.
Mr. President,
85-year-old Reagan appointed judge
have now said they will vote against Pete Hegseth. Are you worried about his confirmation and your reaction?
No. And no surprises there. It's too bad. You know, it's the way it is. Too bad.
And when would you adjourn Congress to make recess appointments, Mr. President?
Well, I'd take a look at that. I'd listen to John Thune. He's doing a fantastic job. We're moving along. The Democrats are trying to delay government, as they always do. They can't help themselves. Even John Ratcliffe, who's very, very strong.
Can you imagine how based it would be if Democrats talked like this at all when Republicans are so violently obstructionist? Like, Obama was also fucking silent about it toward the end of his... He was just like, you know, I hope that I can reach a deal with the Republican Party. I hope Mitch McConnell likes this one. The Republicans can be as aggressively obstructionist as they want, and the Democrats do nothing about it.
Very popular and liked by the Democrats.
Talk like what, an idiot? They do talk about it. They just do intelligent ways. Zigabiz, this is cope to a degree that I no longer find tolerable. We can't allow this level of liberalism to fester in my community anymore. This mindset destroyed the country. You killed the country. They 100% talk about it. You can't gaslight me. Okay? Democrats will be like, yeah, Democrats do go hard on Republican corruption. And then they'll link to Joe Biden, like, at the end of the 4-minute press conference he can manage before the adrenochrome, like, taps out, he turns away, and then a reporter asks, how do you feel about Republicans fucking you over, like, for the 1 millionth time? And Joe Biden turns back to the camera and smiles slowly and goes, okay, and then turns around and walks out. And people are like, see? He's still got that sauce in him. Look at this like Instagram clip from AOC, the only Democrat in the House who does or says anything, apparently. Like, come on, you're not getting me on this, okay? We know the Democrats are fucking pathetic.
I guess he gets a lot of Democrat votes. That's taking a long time, and it shouldn't be taking a long time. They're maxing everything out so they
it's sad the only effective way to talk about it sound like Trump. Zigabiz, you have been, I'm going to be honest with you, your chat logs go back years. You've been here too long to be this stupid on this issue. It's not about talking like Trump. It's about aggressively using the bully pulpit to convince people of your position, which they don't do. It's about being honest about how bad your enemies are. The problem with what Trump says isn't that he's aggressive or brash or mean about it. The problem is that he's lying and a fascist. If you weren't lying and weren't a fascist, then the stuff you said, even if it was with roughly this tone, would be fine. You can do other tones too, but you have to be aggressive with it. Come on.
Delay everything as much as possible.
Does Senator Flynn support an effort to use recess appointments if you choose to do that?
I'd be willing to use recess appointments. It's up to John, and we'll see. John Thune's a great guy, great senator.
They're going to have to use recess appointments for RFK. There's no fucking way RFK Jr. gets through without a recess appointment. There's no way. Apparently, they've actually set a date for the Senate confirmation hearing for... blanking on a name as I always do, Tulsi Gabbard. So it looks like they're actually going to try to go through with Tulsi Gabbard without a recess appointment?
Stuff inside out and backwards, but I would use recess appointments if he wants to do that. Absolutely. The Democrats are just delaying. They always delay.
Mr. President, you spoke with the Saudi Crown Prince yesterday.
Who?
The Saudi Crown Prince. How was the call?
Great.
And they said $600 billion they're going to invest.
600. I'll ask them for $1 trillion.
You said you're going to ask them for $1 trillion. Will Saudi Arabia be the first foreign country you will visit? Since they invest in that much.
Well, if they do that, I would, yeah. I would be glad to do that. I did it, as you know, 4 years ago. We did $450 billion, meaning the money all goes to American companies, and they purchase jets and they purchase computers and everything else. And we did $450 billion, and I guess we're at 650. And I'll see if I can talk him into it.
I don't think again. You showed great confidence in Steve Witkoff. Why you said that you doubt that the ceasefire in Gaza will hold, since you appraised his
well, no, I think he's
efforts?
great, but it's a very tricky place. It's very tricky. We'll see. And if something does happen, they will not be happy.
Sir, follow up on that one. In terms of Steve Witkoff, are you going to put him in charge of Iran's strategy, and do you want him talking directly with the Iranians?
No, but he's certainly somebody I would use. He's done a fantastic job. He's a great negotiator. He's a very good person, a very popular person. Yeah. Gets along with people. I have great negotiators. They have no personality whatsoever, and then I have some that do. Steve has a wonderful way about him, and people like him, and even in this case, both sides like him. And he was able to make a deal. That deal would have never been made without Steve. The Biden people couldn't make the deal. They were working on it for a year and a half. They couldn't make a deal. We got it done prior to the inauguration. We said it has to be before the inauguration.
Are there any more good sound bites from
the deal should hold, but if it doesn't hold.
Davos Forum again that NATO countries should spend 5% of GDP on defense.
Yeah. The United 5% of GDP on defense. That's That's so crazy, dude. I can't believe he said that. Every country, 5% of GDP on defense? Oh my god. It's so crazy. There's no way that's happening. Not even we could sustain that. Maybe mostly we couldn't sustain that.
States don't spend 5%.
Well, that's Cold War respect. No, that's more than Cold War respect. That's insane. It's insane.
It should also apply to the United States.
We're protecting them, you know. They're not protecting us, we're protecting them. So I don't think we should be spending, I'm not sure we should be spending anything, but we should certainly be helping them. But they should up their 2% to 5%, yeah.
Mr. President, you said earlier during your speech at Davos.
But like I said, like it has nothing to do with real policy. It's just signaling that we're going to divert more taxpayer dollars into the MIC, you know? That's it. There are no politics behind this administration except how do we weaponize culture war talking points to divert more wealth from the planet into the hands of like 5 people. That's it. That's it. That's the only thing. I'm going to keep saying it, and it's going to keep being true. Everything else is a distraction.
That you would like to see interest rates come down. How much would you like to see them come down?
A lot. I'd like to see them come down a lot, and oil prices 0%. Will come down. And when oil prices come down, everything's going to be cheaper for the American people and actually for the world. But for the American people, so I'd like to see oil prices come down. And when the energy comes down, that's going to knock out...
No, EOs have legal authority nuts. It's just executive orders are only operate within the purview of the executive branch's powers, which refer to the administrative state and the ability to execute on and enforce existing laws. But there are limits to what you can do with budgets because budgets have to be run by Congress, and a lot of stuff is subject to like review from... you know, like it can be challenged through the courts. But they're not toothless at all. The executive branch has a lot of power on its own, more so than it has historically, I would say, especially with regard to the fact that you don't even need Congress to declare war anymore. Well, you know, technically. Military spending was 10% of GDP during the Cold War? Really? That doesn't sound right, but I guess I could be wrong. I'll look at it later, but either way, yeah.
A lot of the inflation that's going to automatically bring the interest rates down.
Are you worried that you said that you would demand? Are you worried that there's too much going on at once if you're trying to bring interest rates down, get the economy back going?
No, it just works that way. I mean, it's just economically works that way. When the oil comes down, it'll bring down prices. Then you won't have inflation, and then the interest rates will come down.
You said that you would demand that the interest rates come down.
Well, I would. I would put in a strong statement.
Do you expect the Fed to listen to you?
Yeah.
Are you going to talk to Powell about this and bringing the rates down?
At the right time, I would.
Sir, do you any of the people you pardoned that were participated in the January 6, 2021 attack? Do you plan to meet with any of them or meet with them at the White House?
I don't know. I'm sure that they probably would like to. I did them something important, but what they did is they were protesting a crooked election. And, you know, I mean, people understand that also. And they were treated very badly. Nobody's been treated like that. So I'd be open to it, certainly. I don't know of anything like that, but I think they're going to meet in some of the congressmen, women.
I was convinced to sign the draft by my parents. I'm fucked. I wouldn't be too worried. If there's any lesson the elites learned from the Vietnam War, it's that drafting people makes everyone hate the war that you're drafted to, which makes it difficult to continue to justify siphoning money into the MIC, you know? Like, the only goal here is to divert money into these companies, right? So you don't need, like, a bunch of soldiers. You don't need war, even. You don't need... Maybe you can have, like, an indefinite drone war in some shithole, like, I don't know, Yemen or whatever, but not like a... You don't need, like, a real war. There's no need for it, really. Like, I'll put it this way, okay? Has Apple needed to find some social pretext for the mass annihilation of iPhone 13s in order to justify selling people iPhone 14s? No. You just sell people iPhone 14s. Materialism, or sorry, I should say consumerism, gets people on that front. When it comes to the Pentagon and their contracts, they don't even need that. They're compelled to spend.
Want to meet, but I'd certainly be open to it.
Have you spoken to them since you issued the pardons?
I haven't spoken to any of them yet, but I know they're very happy.
Mr. President,
I gave them their life back. Their life was taken away from them unnecessarily and unfairly. I gave them their life back, so I can imagine they probably would like to.
Mr. President, what did you mean when you said that Biden took bad advice and not pardoning himself yesterday?
Well, he did. I think he did, because he pardoned all these people that are crooked as hell. Look, the congressmen, they're crooked. What they did is they destroyed evidence. When you destroy evidence, especially criminally like that, they did it criminally. And the reason they destroyed the evidence is because it proved that I was right. They didn't destroy evidence for no reason. They destroyed it because they found many documents saying that I offered 10,000 soldiers.
Again,
if they
this
had
is
500
not
soldiers or National Guard, there would have been no problem. If they had 200, that would have been. I offered 10,000 if they needed them.
True.
There would have been no problem. That's been now totally disproven, and it's also been disproven by Nancy Pelosi's daughter, who has her on tape saying it was her fault, that she has full responsibility for this. And they have all this stuff. They destroyed everything, and they go through a year and a half, 2 years of nonsense. They come up with tremendous evidence, and they destroyed evidence. And Schiff knew about it. That's why he's on there. He knew all about the destruction of evidence. A lot of people said
Are we done with the weave?
Document, from what I understand, every document, because it proved that.
Oh my God, he's still on it.
I was totally innocent. In the deal of very, very smart people. But Elon, one of the people he happens to hate, but I have certain hatreds of people too.
Sir,
you know?
Sir, on China, what do you...
Considering how much the U.S. sells in weapons, would forcing other countries to spend more on defense then by proxy force them to buy more from the U.S.? Yep. Yep, that happens 100%. We are the #1 producer and exporter of weapons in the world, like by an enormous margin, both in like the quantity of production in some sectors and also in terms of how technologically advanced they are. So if these militaries are compelled, if these governments are compelled to spend so and so much money on their military, where they buy from, you know? That being said, it's not all about American companies. Remember, capital is international, okay? The people who make a fuck ton of money selling missiles here in America get along with the people who do so in France. Like they're together on this. They're not like competing forces. They work together.
Think Xi Jinping can do on the Ukraine-Russia war?
Which one?
The Ukraine-Russia war. What can Xi Jinping do about that?
China?
Yeah.
They have a lot of power over Russia. They supply energy to Russia.
Why does he keep bringing up Christine Pelosi? Because I forget the details, but it's a false claim by Republicans that there is some evidence that Nancy Pelosi is lying about the timeline of requesting National Guard assistance at the Capitol on January 6th, based on communications between Pelosi and her daughter. But I went over this before during the January 6th committee. It is bullshit. I just don't remember the exact reasons why it's bullshit. It's like, yeah, the Pelosi's daughter was doing something and they communicated in a way that has been maliciously and deliberately misinterpreted to pretend that Trump and his cronies weren't blocking aid to the Capitol. It's something to that. You know, it's I don't remember every detail, but it's bullshit.
And Russia supplies energy to them. They supply other things to, it's really a very big trade. It's a very big trading partner. But Russia supplies a lot of energy to China. China pays them a lot of money for that. And I think they have a lot of power over Russia. So I think Russia should want to make a deal. Maybe they want to make a deal. I think, from what I hear, Putin would like to see me, and we'll meet as soon as we can. I'd meet immediately. Every day we don't meet, soldiers are being killed in a battlefield. And that battlefield is like no battlefield since World War II. That's
you said that Ukraine wants
and I have pictures that you don't want to see. Soldiers are being killed on a daily basis at numbers that we
Trump's like
haven't
the
seen
chatters who got
decades.
7-day bans earlier today.
And it'd be nice to
He's
end
like,
that
it's
war.
crazy how
ridiculous
desensitized
war.
I've gotten
You
to
said
this
that Ukraine's ready
Ukraine
to
war
make a
footage.
deal. Did President Zelensky tell you that personally?
Yeah, sure. He's ready to negotiate a deal. He'd like to stop. He's somebody that lost a lot of soldiers, and so did Russia. Lost a lot. Russia lost more.
We get it. We get the weave. We get the weave. We get the weave. We're a little crunched on time today, which is one of the reasons why I'm moving a little bit faster than I would otherwise. There's other stuff I want to cover. I have to do what I can. In terms of, we're getting these nice day-by-days. Usually I just go to AP News. What do we have? First batch of new forces being deployed to El Paso and San Diego. Demand for lower interest rates, transgender people, removing barriers to AI. HEGSETH told Senator he paid $50,000 to woman who accused him of 2017 sex assault. Well, clearly it didn't stop him from being put through to final confirmation on Friday. That's cool. Welcome back, Drake. Trump pardons anti-abortion activists who blockaded clinic entrances. Yeah, that sounds about right. Trump called it a great honor to sign this. Among the people pardoned were those involved in the October 2020 invasion and blockade of a Washington clinic. This looks about right. Oh my God. Lauren Handy, 30, was among several people convicted of federal civil rights offenses for blockading access to the Washington Surgery Clinic. Police found 5 fetuses at Handy's home in Washington after she was indicted. I remember this. Yeah. She's been pardoned. She, like, stole fetuses or something. I assume she was one of the ones pardoned because they're mentioned here. I mean, that's what it links to. Man, it's gonna get bad, huh? It's kind of like right-wing crime is legal in Washington, D.C. now because everything there is a federal charge. So Trump can pardon you. Like, he's already begun pardoning a bunch of obvious criminals and thugs and so on and so forth in Washington, D.C. because if you get arrested there, like, it's a federal charge because you're not in a state, you know? Jesus. Does a president not have a limit to pardons? No. He pardoned his brown shirts and gave them a kill list by removing securities from John Bolton. Yeah, I'm not one to shed a tear over John Bolton and his personal safety or anything, but, you know. One new update. Oh, we look with dread. Treasury Department deploys extraordinary measures to avoid breaching debt ceiling. Oh, okay, that seems pretty normal. Wait, hold on. He says the Treasury Department stopped paying into the G Fund, a retirement fund for government workers. Okay, never mind. Sorry, just it's like Treasury Department tries to avoid hitting debt ceiling. Okay, all right, that's pretty normal. You know, look at the text. The place where they've decided to cut the spending is the retirement fund for government workers. Ooh. Have they done anything that can be possibly construed as beneficial for anyone? Genuinely, no. In 2016, a lot of the stuff that Trump did, I shouldn't say a lot of, some of the stuff that Trump did immediately was like obvious populist, like tossing chum into the water, you know what I mean? Like, okay, here you go. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I do remember when Trump was inaugurated back in 2017, afterwards, there was an attempt to pretend to appeal to a more general interest. What about that Native American tribe earlier? I guess. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, the Lumbee tribe. Yeah. The fact that the county went red does not mean that they shouldn't have federal recognition. So, okay, yeah. They still owe that money to the fund. This is just buying time. Yeah, it's always, don't worry, they'll pay it until they don't pay it. Trump administration just ordered a blackout on public communications by agencies across government. Multiple officials tell me, here's a memo from Health and Human Services I obtained describing the comms blackout. Wait, I thought this public communications blackout only referred to like the health agencies. Is this a new thing? Is this separate from the one we talked about yesterday? Because yesterday it was Health and Human Services, you know, in that ballpark. Stuff RFK is going to be heading. Is it like broad? The new administration considers its plan for managing the federal policy. Public services, the president's pleased to have the opportunity to review and guidelines through February 1st. I think this is the same thing as before. I think this is the same thing as before. I think this is referring to the same blackout that we heard about the other day. This is just a copy of the document. I believe. I think. Maybe. Okay. One hopes. Possibly. Maybe. Have we mentioned the GOP thinking about Medicaid cuts? They've been thinking about it for decades. If they actually start to put through Medicaid cuts, though, I promise you there's going to be 50 videos a day out from this channel on it. You know, like past it, you have to... There will be blowback eventually. We're in the honeymoon period right now. They did just cut a massive amount of the IRS budget. Good time to get away with fraud. You know, this is on the back burner right now, but it's so crazy and so indicative that I feel like I have to mention it because it's so kind of like a quick turn here. Okay, I think I remember there being some drama about this individual, so we're not necessarily like engaging with the source, but apparently on the Rule 34 website, which, you know, some of you crazy kids might have heard of, they have removed the trans woman tag and dumped all of it into the FUTA category. The trans woman tag doesn't exist anymore. Which is crazy. God, they're pathetic. Yeah, it's literally like Nazi gooners who want to jerk it to women with penises, but not in a woke way. What site is it? Rule 34. Now viewing trans_woman. This is an invalid tag and its use is prohibited. The tag should not be used and should be removed from any existing posts. But which Rule 34 site? The main one, according to Quite. I don't know. The site strictly adheres to a visual tagging paradigm, i.e. tag what you see. All transgender-related tags violate this paradigm because it is almost always impossible to determine from an image alone if a character is transgender. Given the fact that a given character is canonically transgender is completely irrelevant. Really? The fact that an artist has stated that a character is transgender is also completely irrelevant. The only information that matters when tagging was literally shown in the image. Even an image visually showing a character undergoing a sex change is insufficient to show a character is transgender. Can't you just say we're transphobic in the description? Like, why bother? Why pretend this is like a rules-based decision? Oh, but they sure love making girls canonically 2,000 years old. Yeah, this is obviously like a lie. No image tagging system anywhere in any context works this way, where you remove all non-image related context. Completely nonsensical. How do I know if a character is farting just because there's a sound effect in a green cloud? True. How do you know? How would you find out? In the Harley Quinn April Fool's edition cover. Did you see that shit? You could not even tag names according to it. Oh my God, that's right. You literally couldn't even tag names. How do you know from an image that you're looking at what the names of the characters are? Sure, like the fact that the artist states they're a name clearly isn't enough. The fact that they look like a character from a pre-exist, like it's completely nonsensical. Why not just say like we hate trans people but we like women with penises? Like it's so. I don't know how many of you are aware of this. I'm guessing this is like a 50-50 split because a lot of my audience is less online than me, like significantly less online. But far right people are fucking obsessed with women with penises the same way they're obsessed with interracial pornography. It's like an externalization of political, you know, like their psychoses and their obsessions. And this has always been the case. Nazis have always been the case, obsessed with like the targets of their hatred. But Fuda is like the degenerate pornographer gooner term for a woman with a penis, but it's like if it's magic. So like a Fuda is like a magic anime girl with a penis magically. So she was never a man. There was no transition or whatever. It's just it's magic, you know? Whereas a trans woman and all that implies is too woke for them. Isn't Fuda hermaphrodite? I mean, it can be. You don't need to get too into the particulars. It's just like the catch-all term for degenerate anime. How do you have a girl with a penis, but like make it weeb shit and detached from real life? You know? It's politics. It is politics. It's very political. Like you can literally see this like arc over. You know, I as someone who, you know, I've seen Gurren Lagann. Okay, I'm cultured. I'm hip. I'm with it. There's literally been this arc over time where for basically for as long as people have been drawing naked people, they've been drawing women with penises. Just, it goes back, you know? You can find ancient examples of that shit, like literal fucking pre-modern, you know? But like over time, there's been more of a shift towards treating that like a real thing and not like sexed up pornography shit, you know? And there's a huge difference in terms of like lewd art between Fuda shit and trans women. It's just a vibes thing. Like it's a massive difference, you know? So trying to fold everything back into the Fuda category, it's just fast shit. Really, it's just fascist shit. It's a step away from furry stuff. Well, people have been doing that forever as well. I don't know. Like, this is a fucked up thing, but I don't think Futanari itself is problematic. Dude, if I see a person in real life or like in a forum or online or whatever the fuck, and they're casually using the term Fuda, I'm going to assume they are a degenerate and not worth talking to. I'm sorry. Just as a default position, it's literally censorship. It is. This is censorship, you know? One of the biggest priorities of reactionary regimes is to invalidate the existence of, just erase from public life the existence of like the undesirable groups. Nazis did this with the book burnings. And I would say this fits into a similar category, genuinely. The attempt to give the degenerate anime gooners, you know, the girls with dicks that they want, but to only in a context that is not woke, that doesn't validate trans women as like an actual thing that exists, and rather just as like a magical porn term. You know what I mean? Well, I'm glad to know some of you know what I mean. probably not going to expect the best political dispositions from people who run rule34.net or whatever the fuck. Some Fuda characters aren't trans. Yeah, there were 2 separate categories, and now there aren't. Not to mention, you know, like, it's not great, obviously, but a lot of people's first exposure to the concept of sex nonconformity is through pornography. You know, I'm not saying that's a good thing, but it is true. You know, even in today's woke world. So the kind of you know, it's deliberate regression, basically. Yeah, well, whatever. It's the same thing they do with black people in porn, labeling it ebony. I think it's in a comparable category, though. I don't know if it's as possible to like categorize the presence of black women in. Actually, they kind of do this a little bit in anime, don't they? Where they're like, anyone else love dark-skinned queens, and then they'll draw somebody who has the exact same proportions and facial features as the white characters that they like, but with darker skin. Like, they never draw black features, they only draw darker skin. That's actually pretty common. It's a little like it. It's a little bit like it. Can't really deny the existence of black people, but it's kind of like a way of pushing them out, you know? What does that mean? I feel like what I described is pretty easy to understand, if you were listening. Yeah, I feel like I was giving that to you pretty straightforwardly. It was very clear anime does this a lot. Yeah. Vosh is incriminating himself for knowing enough about anime culture to know that there are many examples of people being drawn with dark skin and being implied to be black, but not having any black features. You don't got to be watching much anime to pick up on that one. That's a pretty straightforward one. Knowing about anime culture is kind of problematic. Well, that's fucking true. Can you make a white character with black features? Yeah, easily. Yeah, 100%. Like if you draw? The alternative is a caricature? How the fuck is it a caricature to draw a black character with black features? I'm not saying you got to draw every black character with black features. I'm telling you, there's like thousands. I don't know if I could name thousands. Lots of anime characters out there where it's like, this character is black. They have dark skin, but then they just have the same features as drawn in like typical anime characters or whatever. Because it's, yeah, the anime style, but then that anime style draws like white characters differently. You can't talk about stuff like this without people playing dumb. They love doing that shit. The new Mesoamerican inspired character from Genshin Impact made me, oh, Genshin Impact loves doing that shit. Yeah, where they're like, these characters are from Egypt and these characters are from like Central America, and then it's they're all the same guy. They're all the same damn fucking, they're the same guy, they look the same. It's not even a skin tone thing, it's like a features thing. It's a little funny. It's a little funny. Why do you think they don't give a fuck about trans men? Because women are typically the ones who are like fetishized for their beauty and sexual appeal. So trans women would be like the icons of that. You know, it just different focuses, different focuses. You know, it's a blessing and a curse, I imagine. More attention, negative and positive. Yeah, we're all in this together. By we, I mean, of course, progressives, not trans people. I'm actually cisgender, much to the chagrin of many people in my audience. They hate that. They hate that about me, and I keep telling them, I'm sorry, I'm cisgender, you know? There's nothing I can do about it. I was born this way. They did also nuke all the trans mass tags. Well, that makes sense, because they're just trying to, like, erase the existence of trans people. I feel bad for the people who are going to be on Rule 34 looking for, like, art of trans girls, or, like, fucking porn trans women or whatever, and then they're getting, like, bombarded with shitty fuda, whatever the fuck. Like, these were two distinct categories, you know? Don't because they're like 90% chasers. I mean, it's got to be better to be looking up trans_woman than fuda on Rule 34, right? Like, if you had to choose between those two, I don't feel sorry for anyone using that website. That's probably fair. The old term is shemale. Hot take. I think that's better than fuda as like a default term, because at least that acknowledges like the existence of being transgender, whereas the fuda thing is purely just like erasure magic is the only way that this can happen slop. No one says shemale, but all the people who say fuda are either insanely annoying or incredibly like transphobic Nazis. That's the only shit I've seen. Vosh being retarded again? Every day. You can just call them women? Wow, how woke. Wow, really? Well, thank you for introducing that possible answer to the paradigm, you know? My previously, like, completely uncommitted position on transgender women has now been clarified by your suggestion. I wasn't just talking about two specific examples and comparing the ways in which they're... Don't be fucking stupid, okay? Jesus Christ. The site's been overrun with AI images too. Isn't that every website now? My trans friend calls herself fuda because she's uncomfy with trans women. It's sad to say. That's tragic. That's like the sunken place territory there. Like that's a lot of self-hatred, like, framed through a very specific kind of brainworms, you know? That's pretty rough. Vosh's first bad take, wow. That it's rough to call yourself... I don't know what you people are on. I don't know what you people are on. There are many a trans woman who feel compelled to fetishize themselves. Yeah, did you see that one post where Brianna Wu was like, many of us trans women through autogynephilia feel compelled to self-sexualize or whatever the fuck, or some shit like that. Holy, that was that was something else. Fuck, don't remind me. Stop reminding me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My apologies. Fetishizing yourself is like incredibly fun, dude. No one gives a shit. No one cares at all about your positions on that. It's actually deeply unhealthy. Get help. Oh, yeah, for sure. What the fuck are you talking about? What are your logs? Fuck, they haven't been updated lately. I can't see the insane shit you've been typing. Wait, what's the real difference between self-love and fetishizing yourself? You are genuinely so far from heaven that you even feel the need to ask that question. I can't, like, this is not therapy. You have to, this is a journey of self-discovery that you need to embark on, and probably keep your thoughts on the subject to yourself until you've embarked on it. You know what I mean? This is what I mean with, like, the gore thing earlier. A lot of people are just fucking mentally cooked, you know? It's not like the underlying problem with a lot of people. It's not even like their political views as like an overlying like moral system or what they think should happen to the world. It's that they are so poisoned by social alienation and being online all the time and having very few real experiences in life, including social ones, that like all of the underlying like foundational stuff that you historically have needed to work on before you kind of get involved in society broadly isn't done. So you have people who are in their 20s who are essentially in like an indefinite state of arrested development. I'd refrain from speaking nuts. Internet overuse induced sociopathy is my working theory for this. It's a real damn thing. Yeah, the real problem is that the mall's shut down. And not reading books? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. First time chatting on Vosh and he calls me a sociopath for finding myself sexy. All right, here, that's okay. You can take 30 days and chill out. It would probably be a perma if you were given the opportunity to keep speaking, but now you have 30 days of peace and tranquility that you can use to grow as a person. It's what I mean, man. It's just grim. Some of these people. It's not just internet, it's a societal problem. My roommate is a Luddite and has a horrible case of arrested development. Well, Luddites were based. But your roommate, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, wrong streamer to bring that up to. Go. Gotta wake up. Gotta wake up out of this shit, man. Do I have something novel to say about this? I don't think so. I mean, he only did this as a reward to the libertarian community for their support, you know, because this is like big up for libertarians, NFTs, Bitcoins, whatever the fuck. Do I really care about this guy? Well, he did hire a hitman to kill somebody. That's probably not good. I guess I don't really mind the drug thing quite as much. Allegedly? Sorry, allegedly. He got scammed by that? Well, yeah, because like 90% of hitmen you hire online are feds. Like, yeah, that's probably like that's like the holding pattern for when these guys have nothing else to do. Probably more than 90%. They talk about that here? Let's see. Whole Market Bazaar. Some people died. Those steps, they said, included soliciting the murders of several people who pose a threat, though they said no evidence exists any murders were actually carrying out. Isn't soliciting murder is already a crime? Murder for hire is already a crime. That's not... it doesn't have to actually happen. The attempt is enough. What do you think it'll take for Voshenko to stop saying retard? Bro, Trump won. It's only going to get worse. I'm sorry. I know. I'm following the flow of the river. Okay? Free speech. Quit trying to silence me. Just a second. Oh, remember how the other day I plugged something that Progressive Victory was doing, specifically with regards to their efforts to get Ben Wickler in as the DNC chair, and Benjamin Gilbert Liff was down in Florida schmoozing it with some of the Floridian members of the DNC who would be making that vote. Remember? Well, I'm sure some of you remember, you know. Well, they did an event today, or are doing an event today? No, I think they did an event today. They are doing an event tomorrow as well, at 5 p.m. Eastern time at Bowling Orlando, or perhaps Orlando Bowling. I'm not sure what the order of those words are, but they're having an event over there, going to be schmoozing a little bit with some of the DNC members. If you want to know more about it, talk to Ben Gilbert Liff. But also, I have a doc. I got a doc. Can you believe it? I know we were just talking about Rule 34, but not that kind of docking, okay? A duck? Oh, you guys went an entirely different direction with that one. That's okay. That's what I meant. There you go. If you're interested, it could be a good schmooze opportunity. I mean it. I mean it, by the way. You know, sometimes you wonder, like, how do people even get started with shit like this? And oftentimes it's just you meet the right person at the right time. Besides, we really do want Ben Wickler to win. So just here, take a look. I'm linking it in the YouTube chat as well, okay? If you're so interested. If you're not interested, well, hell awaits ye. PV is doing a national postcard and signature campaign in support of Ben Wickler for the next chair of the Democratic Party. Physical signatures have a higher impact than digital signatures. We have teams in several states ready to hand deliver the cards to the Democratic Party offices. We'll be eating food, hanging out, and signing the postcards for our state leads to hand deliver. Come on by. And the link that I provided talks about signing a digital signature, or if you can make it to a physical location. Come on, you can go and get pizza. Don't be lame. Every one of you who doesn't go, I'll be permanently banning you at the start of next stream. I have access to this information, okay? But it's far? Too bad. Get your goddamn bindle, all right? You're hiking it. But I'm in Germany? Plane tickets are subsidized. Fuck you. I don't live in Florida. It's not just in Florida. I provided the link. It's not just in Florida. I was talking about one event in Florida. There's more than one event, not just in Florida. The DNC vote's not just happening, you know, in Florida. But Vosham in Texas? Well, I got good news for you. The Democrats have voting representatives in Texas. You know that? Look at the link. They got a Wisconsin event by any chance? Did you know there's a link that you can click on that might elucidate? They don't know. They don't know. I'm in Brazil. Did you know that apparently Brazil is the country that I get the second highest viewership from outside of America, of course? Isn't that interesting? I'd figure it'd be Canada, I guess. But it's Brazil, which I think is based, because I've always been a great ally to the Brazilian people. And I mean that. That's not an exaggeration. I glaze the hell out of Brazil pretty often. We know lots of Brazilian chatters here. Yeah. Too few people in Canada. Yeah, it might just be a numbers thing. I wonder, you know, I was pondering this. I wonder if it might be a good idea to get some of my videos dubbed in Portuguese. Like, I don't want to do the AI translation thing. like maybe there's like auto text dubbing you can do that isn't AI, you know, like with the subs, with the subtitles, you can do like non-AI, because you can just have like speech to text, you know, that's not necessarily AI. There are AI versions of that, but speech to text software has worked for a long time. It is? No, it's not. Speech to text software has existed before LLM. It's been around for longer. It's not the same. It's not the same technology. It's not the demon technology. Stephen Hawking used that shit? No, he used text to speech. I'm talking about speech to text, but you know. It would be pretty funny for the first language that I get any kind of subtitling on my channel for to be Portuguese and not Spanish. That would be pretty funny. I know people who could genuinely read it out. It's not a matter of whether or not they could read it out. Like, hiring a translator for a live streamer is insanely expensive. Like, if I just put out a video every month or something, that's one thing. Or like if I was like a left tuber once a year, that'd be one thing. But if I was it's like, oh, here's like 2 videos a day on the main channel, 2 videos a day on the side channel. There's a VOD that's been uploaded to the 3rd channel, and here's 4 YouTube shorts. You need to be done in 3 hours because that's when we upload these. Not really feasible. So an automated service of some kind would be necessary. It's AI before AI. It's not. It's a completely different technology, I promise you. How? If you don't understand what the difference is between voice-to-text software that's existed for decades and modern generative AI, like LLM stuff, you just don't know what the techs are. So you're just asking me to explain what the technologies are. Like, you can just Google it. I don't think you're an imbecile. I just think that you think that AI is when a machine does something that seems like algorithmic or like generative in some fashion, but they are different technologies. Like, very, very different. The way they function, completely different. Have you ever seen subtitles in live TV? Actually, believe it or not, historically, closed captioning on TV has been done by a manual closed captioning professional, and then that data has been fed into the television broadcast signal as like one of the lines on the, or like one of the wavelengths on the analog television broadcast, which is pretty incredible if you think about it. Yeah, it adds like a 10-second delay to the live upload because they got one guy there with like a typewriter going crazy with it. And they were able to do that back in the 60s. Or I think that's, I don't remember when exactly they started implementing that, but they've been doing that for a while. But that was manual. A guy was manually doing that. I remember it would always stress me out watching closed captioning because I'd just imagine this guy feverishly typing out stuff. That's really funny. That's really funny. you just like profusely sweating because the news anchor's talking really quickly and the text is keeping up, and you're like, one of these days he's gonna fuck up. Yeah. Ah. Fucking the flannel folded under my back. I'm speechless. I could have called this one. A Republican lawmaker is now introducing an amendment to the Constitution to allow Trump to run for a 3rd term. This is a pure virtue signal. Like 100. It's literally just like knob slobbing. And which lawmaker, by the way? Ogles. The 22nd Amendment. Yeah. It doesn't mean anything. This is literally knob slobbing. Too early for them to start this. I actually do believe, genuinely, I do think that the honeymoon period is going to run out pretty quick. Keep in mind that after 9/11, George W. enjoyed a honeymoon period that lasted basically until his second term. I mean, obviously it fell off over time, but I think that the Trump administration has a limited length of time that they can, like, during which they can pretend to operate with the mandate of heaven, basically. You know what I mean? Wasn't Ogles the guy that nominated Trump for speaker? Was he? That sounds right, but I don't remember. I couldn't say. Trump's honeymoon period didn't even crack 50% approval. Well, isn't his approval rating higher now than it was before? Because this time all of the media has bent the knee to him. Yeah, it's higher now than it was before. As of right now, incredibly, he actually hasn't cracked favorable. It looked like he was about to, but unfavorable has held the lead just barely and is now pulled apart a little bit. See? Right here, like right up until his inauguration at 0.2, but yeah. The Nazi salute probably didn't help. No, I don't think it did. It's little bits, a little while until eventually it happens all at once. You can control the media as much as you want, but at the end of the day, like, reality will always catch up to you. It'll always catch up to everyone. I do not believe in any fascist system that is so stable that it can avoid the consequences of its actions, basically, is what I'm saying. No matter how much of a tech dystopia you create, no matter how, like, you know, conniving you are, no matter how much power you consolidate, I don't believe you can build a base stable enough. What about North Korea? Well, North Korea is, for one, I would argue, not really stable, and two, not fascist in the way that I'm talking about. They're kind of in a different situation. Also, I would argue that for the most part, North Korea operates rationally in how it conducts itself as a geopolitical entity. You know, for example, if North Korea was just fascist, they would have warred with South Korea by now. But I don't think they will. They're more of a, like, I mean, like a hyper isolationist, ultra autocratic dictator. There are distinctions. I think the main one, honestly, is that a fascist regime requires constant hysteria from the people. And as far as I can tell, from whatever we hear about North Korea, which, by the way, a lot of the stuff we hear about from within North Korea, bullshit made up by attention seekers and US state actors, okay? So just to be clear. But from what I've heard and what I can parse and what I believe, I don't think the average North Korean citizen is living in a constant state of, like, hysteria and fervor and so on and so forth, of hyper-nationalism. I think that for the most part, most of the country is feudal. Like, just feudal. And then you have, like, Pyongyang or whatever, and maybe a few other cities where the cities exist as basically like an extension of the federal building, where the whole thing operates to, like, yeah, fuel the hermetic dictatorship. But it's not, it doesn't operate the way like a fascist government does. I'm not saying it's not bad over there. I would actually argue that what they're doing over there, totalitarian, like, neo-feudalism, is much more stable than fascism. I would also argue what they're doing is very fascistic. So maybe this is me waffling. I do think there are meaningful distinctions here, though. What makes you think the oligarchy will continue to be fascist instead of transitioning to neo-feudalism? Well, I think they want to. I think that a huge problem, though, is that at the end of the day, these systems are built to enrich the people on top, to secure their power and longevity. And the thing is, how do you secure the longevity of the Kim dynasty? You threaten to nuke the world, but don't, because if you ever do nuke the world, the rest of the world will annihilate you. If North Korea ever fired a nuke, the entire peninsula would be reduced to glass overnight. There would be nothing left, not a survivor. It would be over. So the Kim dynasty understands this, so they threaten to try to keep people off of them, you know, but they don't actually. They oppress, they torture their citizens, they arrest them as they're needed to. But for the most part, they operate in a very limited isolationist capacity, certainly economically. But America, our ruling class, isn't a blood dynasty. It's an economic class, right? The bourgeoisie. And over here in America, the bourgeoisie have gained unimaginable wealth off the back of an extremely complicated global economic system. Basically, what I'm saying is you can keep a dictatorship a lot more stable when your economy is like iron factories and turnip farming. When your economy is this insanely complicated, like global, like internet access, everything gets made in 17 different countries before it makes its way to the consumer. Every trade deal is like 5 different countries shaking hands. Like everything gets too complicated to turn into like a feudal hermetic kingdom. You can still kind of try to build like neo-feudalism, but realistically speaking, do you know what would happen to the global economy and the American bourgeoisie if, I don't know, California seceded as a state, or like if you tried to build out these like hermetic feudal societies? It would fuck everything up. Like it would break everything, you know? It would shatter the global economy. Like billions of people would suddenly see their quality of life plunge. So that's what I think saves us, complexity, you know? Yeah, you can't be isolationist and globalist at the same time. That makes sense? I don't know. I'm just yapping, man. I'm just yapping. I found it riveting. If no one else got me, I know Miss Genderlin got me. Hopefully Trump's unfavorability keeps growing, which is what happens with basically every president. What was the last president we had whose favorability continued to grow throughout their presidency without there being some gigantic inciting event? Like 9/11 with Bush, I know, but FDR, granted. Obama? For the most part, it trends downwards. You have events, but... Oh, I covered that, Black in the Borg. So the one who's proposing the amendment to allow Donald Trump to run for a 3rd term, he was the guy, yeah, scammed $25,000 for a memorial garden commemorating his unborn child, took the money and ran. This guy is incredible. We covered this guy. This guy is like one of the most shameless, evil grifters in Congress. The freshman Republican raised the money using a photo of his stillborn child. That is genuinely incredible stuff. A GoFundMe scam. Yeah. Republican politicians are on something else, man. I'm going to leave myself a little bit of wiggle room with covering stuff tomorrow because I feel like I ran through a lot of stuff pretty quick today, which is maybe my fault. Let me see. Why is Epstein trending in the United States? Just why? Do you guys want to see me? Do you want to see me, like, construct the most shameless, like, here, look at this video, even though I don't have that much to say about it? Editors, include this in the clip. I don't even care, okay? I'll just get my points out there because I tend to wash over this stuff. I want to be clear, okay? Trump signs an executive order declassifying files related to MLK, JFK, RFK. Wow, phenomenal. A couple of pointers. First of all, if these are truly declassified with no redacted information, that would be a shock to me, okay? That would be a massive shock to me. Second of all, great. I love government transparency. This is great. You know, the cynic in me wants to say that the only reason this is being done is because he knows that it doesn't matter and there are no consequences to it, in which case there would be no point in releasing the information anyway. Third, why not Epstein? You know, he promised that he would release files on MLK, JFK, RFK, and who's the fourth person? Epstein. There's not really much to say about the Epstein files because if you look at, like, the discourse online, it literally just comes down to Republicans saying, release the Epstein files, let's see who's on Epstein's black book. And then someone will reply, Trump is. Trump, he's there, he's mentioned a bunch. There was, like, alternate contact numbers in the book of Trump. He's right there. He was close friend. We know they were close friends. And then Republicans pretend that didn't happen. Okay? Look, just basic facts of the world here. All right? First of all, obviously, Trump, friends at Epstein on Little St. James, diddling kids. We know this. Nothing surprising there. Wow. 50th time you've heard me say it. Free speech. First Amendment rights. I get to say that. Free speech. Thank you. That's one. Number two, oh, didn't he waffle on the Epstein files, though? Something like there would be a lot of good people that got caught up in that. He's literally probably friends with, like, half the people on it. I'm still so mad that the Democrats never pressed him on the Epstein stuff, and the reason they didn't is because a lot of them are caught up in it, too. And to preempt the accusations of hypocrisy, holy shit, they should go after Clinton, too. That piece of shit, absolutely. Literally, yeah, Bill Clinton, former president, beloved by the Democrats, also a big friend of Epstein's. Yeah. Exact same damn thing. Yeah, of course, literally completely even position on this between the two of them and everyone else involved in it. I'm sure there are people caught up in the black book who are just being brought over as a way to, like, blackmail them. Didn't, like, I don't know if he necessarily fits the bill. Didn't Matt Groening, Simpsons guy, say he was on Lolita Express once because he got caught up in, like, a meeting or an invite or something like that? And he, like, described his discomfort at getting a foot massage from a girl there? Tons of Dems are on the list? Yeah, then expose them. Great. Our current president is on the list. Wasn't Chomsky on the list? Yeah. I have a feeling, though, that this has more to do with Chomsky being like an erudite, globe-trotting, holier-than-thou academic, you know, more so that than him, like, going to Little St. James for anything untoward. That being said, he is a philosopher, and we all know what they tend to do in their free time, so I don't know. Whatever the case may be, release the lists. I don't care. Nah, fuck him too. Yeah, I don't care. I'm saying release. I'm saying release. Sure. I don't care. Like, this is a pretty even stance on the subject for me. Okay. I'm being pretty even-handed with this one. Yeah, Stephen Hawking also went. You can't convince me that guy raped any kids. The whole point of what Jeffrey Epstein was doing was not that every person he associated with was a pedophile. His first order principle was not pedophilia. It was power brokering. That was the main thing Epstein did. That's the whole point of shit like that. The whole point of shit like that is you meet with everyone, have parties with everyone, bring everyone over on your planes, your island, whatever else, because then they're implicated. And sometimes you can implicate them in some pretty nasty shit, you know? And then once they're implicated, once they're involved, they're not just a networking contact. You've got them by the short hairs, you know? That's the whole point of it. And that was his main way of doing it. And Trump wasn't just another guy caught up in it. Trump was friends with Epstein. There was literally that leaked audio of Epstein when he was interviewed a little bit before he died where Epstein was like, you know, not only were we close friends, but I had information on the inner workings of the White House during Trump's first term because I was still in contact, at least with people around him. Like, I had my own connections there, you know? Anyway, none of this is new for me. The point that I'm getting at here, though, is that this is lame-ass baby brain conspiracy shit, okay? It's boring and it's designed to distract people, okay? The real conspiracy isn't even a conspiracy. This country is getting raped to death by the wealthiest, most powerful people in the world, and it's not even being done subtly. The real conspiracy isn't, you know, shaky cam footage of the grassy knoll JFK assassination. These are historical tidbits that I find interesting, but the real destruction of this country is happening in broad daylight. And the conspiracy in question is, what if all these wealthy, powerful people who are openly saying that they're in league together are in league together? I have always thought that conspiracy theories are a distraction. I think in many cases, as is the case here, they are a deliberate distraction. They are a crumb thrown out by people who are like openly fucking the country to death to get you to focus on other stuff, you know? It's like the 9/11 conspiracies, right? Decades of conspiracism over 9/11, which have produced basically nothing, no useful information. I'm sorry, it was a plane attack. You've got people saying it's holograms or whatever insane shit. No, it's bullshit. The real conspiracy theory should be what's not even a conspiracy. The fact that the Bush administration got Colin Powell to lie to the United Nations and colluded with mainstream media to push lies about weapons of mass destruction as a pretext for pouring trillions of dollars into the defense industry in an invasion of Iraq. The whole thing was a deliberate wealth transfer. It's not a conspiracy. It's true. It happened, and we know it happened. And yeah, and setting up the surveillance state as well. The Sandy Hook's bullshit. It was just a fucking school shooting. Sandy Hook's was a false flag designed to push anti-gun laws. Well, where are the anti-gun laws, dipshit? The biggest gun ban in recent memory was from Trump with the bump stock ban. Where are they? It was just another school shooting. They happen all the time now. I think conspiracy theories are bullshit crumbs thrown out to you by oligarchs in an attempt to distract you from the very not conspiratorial shit they're doing. It's not like Alex Jones is some, you know, maverick agent or whatever. He's an ultra-wealthy snake oil salesman and grifter who's palled around with the Trump administration and many officials within it. Whatever, I've made my damn point. It really is like politics for dipshits who need a narrative. Yeah, I think it is a distraction. It is very much like the people who think that this country is being made worse by immigrants, despite literally no evidence to that point existing. Like, they would rather buy into an easy narrative that it's like, oh, brown people are the reason why wages are going down, when the reason wages are going down relative to productivity or whatever else is due directly to policies pushed by presidents they voted for. It's just, yeah. I don't know, decent odds Alex Jones is a PSYOP IMO. Sure, a PSYOP to us. Like, sure, they all are. I fully believe that shit, like, Trump is literally doing that. It's literally being done by the president. What information is going to come from this? I don't know. How interesting could it be? Maybe it's something. I don't fucking know. Maybe it's not. I don't care. If something comes of it, that's great. But it's meant to be a distraction. If it wasn't, they wouldn't do it. Whatever. Sorry, I worked myself up over that one. Excuse me. Shit, it's 4:09. What the hell? Let me read donos for a bit. Opinion on getting clothes from military surplus? You should. They're usually very high quality clothing. You can get it for cheap. Yeah. Poi UK, thank you for the $5. Flips, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Took a job with Oracle in November. So here's a slice of that 500 billion investment, I guess. You're going to need to give me a lot more than a tier 1 sub to make up for working for Oracle, motherfucker. Melody Rain and Misgender Lynn, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Simric, thank you for the $10. Well, at least the next 4 years will be packed with content. Let's laugh while the world burns. Yeah. Lots of content. Lots of content. KJJ, thanks the tier 2 sub. Hey Vosh, don't mean to derail current convo. I'm new here. Hello. Is this why they recognize the Lumbee? Genetics show community mostly European and African descent? Probably not. My guess is that a lot of native communities in America are mostly of European and African descent because like 99% of Native American people were killed or died off due to disease. And lots of European and African people made their way over to the States, you know? So I don't know what the like relative percentages are or whatever, but it seems like it's just political favoritism. That'd be my guess. I don't really believe in recognizing the legitimacy of an indigenous tribe based on their bloodline anyway. That shit always seems really stupid to me. I don't really care. Being American, like, doesn't come down to your blood. I wouldn't think a person is Brazilian or not based on their blood or whatever. You know, if you're Native American, like, to me, it's a cultural thing, you know? At least I think of it that way. The blood quantum thing was imposed by the US government anyway, right? Oh, nice, Zach Lego attack. I hope something comes of it. Sheesh. Chef Little Cat, thanks to tier 1 sub. Which FromSoft game was the hardest to beat SL1? Definitely Elden Ring. For sure, Elden Ring. Spagucci, thank you for the $5. In the midst of all this terrible news, I'm happy to say I got a job at this little progressive cafe and cat pics. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. Ooh. Ooh. Fat, round baby. Ooh. Big round baby. Love round cats. Exo, that's funny. We'll have to cover it tomorrow, though. That's quite funny. Here, I'll put this in the list. We'll talk about this tomorrow as well. I'll put this in the list of stuff to cover. Yeah. She was great at explaining her point, Extension Grass. M. Benars, thank you for the $10. Crazy what's going on in the USA. It affects us all. Much love from the Netherlands. Yeah, trust me, it really does affect us all. We're all in this together, man. Eternal Dawn 1, thank you for the $5. Total lib today, I was concerned about LGBT rights, and she told me to check my privilege. She said we can go into closet, so it's fine. Are you sure this happened? Because this sounds like it's manufactured to be rage bait. I'm not calling into question your lived experience. I'm just saying that if you were to go like, joking, this would be, you know, like I'm saying I called it. Maybe you're not joking. Maybe it's real. I don't know. Victorious Gardenosaurus and Christian Oleka, thank you for the $5 both. Do you think Doge made allowances for the cost of litigation when they said they could save $2 trillion? I don't think they're going to save shit. I'm going to be honest with you. Should we expect 4 years of these distractions while the oligarchs rob us for all we're worth? Yes. Expect lots of distractions, all covered live for you here at youtube.com/c/Vosh. Please like and subscribe and donate if you can. Malon Miller, Mr. Venom 1998, Victorious Gardenosaurus, and that freaking Rican. Thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Technically, all of Oklahoma is okay. Laughing, crying emoji. Fuck you. I sent a letter to my local senator, Lankford, today, asking what measures the state of Oklahoma is giving men to change sexes on official papers. Probably not many. Notice your stream. Hey, and thoughts on West Virginia? I live there. It's a shit show right now. Well, West Virginia is basically objectively a third world nation, not to like flame or anything. I mean, in terms of like economic opportunity or political disposition, I probably would not speak kindly of it. I've seen that it's very beautiful though. But at the end of the day, regardless of the disposition of the people there, they are victims of the same process of extraction that we were all suffering from, you know? I looked up Vosh net worth. At first I thought it was... You do realize when you look up blank net worth, you're just finding guesses that other people have typed up on websites, right? Like, there's absolutely no way for any organization, except for the IRS, to assess my net worth. What is it then? I don't know. What's your net worth? I rent. My car is probably worth $10 in resale and I rent. But I don't fucking know. Can you access it? Access your net worth? Have you ever looked up your net worth? What does that mean? Malon Miller, thank you for the $10. The U.S. breaking, fragmenting like the post-Soviet states would suck for everyone, but especially where I live in Iowa. Like, I couldn't even imagine what Iowa would even do as a sovereign country. Yeah, I don't think we're going to balkanize necessarily, but man, Trump is definitely going to do some stuff that'll push us towards that point. Can't think of a name. Malon Miller again, thank you. And Luca Jokic Era, thank you for the 5-all. I really appreciate that. We should go with the Elon autistic. Just don't say autistic, say learning disability. And then he never going to be quite in step with the rest of us. I'm sorry, but he's autistic. I'm sorry, he is. He's got other problems too, but yeah. I would unironically take a job scrubbing toilets in Sweden if it meant I could get the hell out of this cursed country. I'm so tired of being American. Well, you could always be like an English language teacher somewhere else. I hear that there are plenty of places that are looking for those. Will the GOP eventually go JQ, or will they invent a new enemy within? They already have the enemy within. Liberals, lefties, trans people, immigrants, they already have their targets. There's no need for them to go full JQ, even if a lot of them believe it. Altered Image, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Taijirai, thank you for the 10. Isn't it common knowledge that Elon is a believer in eugenics and wants to populate the world with his superior genes? That's why he took multiple partners and disowned his one trans kid like a Nazi? I don't know how common that knowledge is, but it's certainly not, like, contentious. It is definitely the case for him, you know? Exendu, thanks the 10. I just wonder how Trump would react if he even found himself in a news interview he can't cancel, like if they ask him directly about his lies and why he lies. I mean, we saw a few times, we saw him in that position a few times, and every time it happened, he would just freeze up, get, like, really hurt and belligerent, and then he would walk off. He left interviews early a few times, you know? And yet complain that they were nasty, you know? Zach of all trades, thanks the $5. What freaking evidence? I don't know what you're referring to. Malon Miller with the $5. Didn't even know there was an actual Rule 34 website. I'm 26 and just found this out. I just thought it was an internet saying about that stuff. It is, and they named a website after it. Well, they named like 1 million websites after it. But I won't fault you for not knowing about the name of one specific porn website. You know, that's okay. I think that your soul, probably not just unaffected by this, but you're probably better off for it. John with the $10 and $5 donos. I really appreciate that. So true, Epstein, about power brokering. This is the kind of analysis I'm here for. Politicians don't fall into power. They know what they're doing. You don't let them hide behind the lie. It's incompetence. What Alex Jones does is called information drip, like a red herring. You're correct. He's algo-boosted circus to distract from the lack of bread. I agree to a large extent, you know. I mean, he worked pretty, like, he's not worked with, but, like, it's not like he's not endorsed by the Republican establishment to a large extent. Internitube, thanks to 10. Much appreciated. Hey V, longtime viewer, huge into the maker movement, open source and DIY tech. Any suggestions on how to best apply this to combat capitalist big tech? I'd like to start a YouTube channel. Nope, no idea. Sorry, that is just not my field of expertise. I have no clue. No clue. I don't, you know, I have no idea how you'd get into that, you know? I know that there's a lot of like Depop, or not Depop, anti-consumer stuff that's popular on YouTube these days, now that we're all pretty much like resigned to the fact that the economy is getting worse, and we're never getting to buy a house. So there's some value there, but I don't really know how that would be applied necessarily. I'm sorry. Just outside my wheelhouse. Softball with the $5 to the chatter talking about mill surplus. It's some of the drippiest clothes. My mill German army shoes go so hard. Margela copied them. Yeah, German army shoes, or sorry, German army trainer shoes are something I've been looking to get for a little while. They're a very classic look. There's a lot of good milsurp stuff out there. Pretty cheap too. Pretty inexpensive on account of it being military surplus. Leyline lost the $5. Hey Vosh, really trying to cut back on booze like you suggested. Even managed not to drink through the inauguration. Can I get some volition-inspired support? Well done. You know, it's a lifelong battle, but it does get easier over time. And you know, it's usually like you're supplementing for another desire. You know? So as time goes on, it will be easier to find stuff in your life that will satiate you as needed. And I hope you're doing well. Vosh could buy a house, lol. I gotta tell you, 5-7, I really couldn't. I really couldn't. You know, I appreciate your confidence in my financial well-being, but if you want to shore me up on that front, you should donate, like, and subscribe. No, I could not buy a house right now. You get 500 donations though? Yeah, and I pay my editors quite a bit, I would say, and for the site management. And then after the taxes, you know, it doesn't just go directly into my, well, I got a lot of friends who I support, my family who I support as well. I could buy a house in Mexico. Maybe. Hunter Machero, thanks to $5. Yeah, I saw the contraception begins at erection bill. To be honest, I don't like stuff like that because fascists are aware of the fact that they are dishonest, you know? Like, it's like people who are gloating about the fact that that bill on there just being male and female technically implies that all Americans are now female because it refers to what they were conceived as and everyone's biologically female at conception, sort of, kind of. Thank you, Arcane Spaghetti, for the $2. Getting a notification. Happy to hear that. But it's like it's not convincing to the people who need to be convinced, right? Like they know what they mean. It would be like if the Republicans passed a bill that's meant to affirm racism, and a Democrat is like, oh well, if you interpret it in this way, it can be used to be anti-white, but like it's not going to be. You know what I mean? Like they know that. They're racist. They're just not gonna do it. Be like people back in the like poll tax days or whatever. Like, oh, well, there are some white guys who can't pay this poll tax, and they'd be like, well, okay, well, fuck them then, you know. But we know who we're targeting. It's just, I guess it's just difficult for me to appreciate that kind of whimsy in this current historical moment. In this current historical moment, it's a little difficult for me to appreciate lots of things, to be honest with you. But you know, we're getting there. We're getting there. Do you mean you didn't get a notification, Arcane Spaghetti? Why the frowny face otherwise? Like the Florida book bans in schools? Yeah. Like Republicans pass a local bill saying, oh, we're going to ban books that have inappropriate sexual content. And then Democrats are like, doesn't that include the Bible? There's some grody shit in there. But like, no, it doesn't. It doesn't include the Bible because that's not what they're going to do. They get to decide which books meet those criteria. You don't. They're just going to apply it to anything that mentions trans people. They did ban the Bible though. Yeah, well, in one place, then they undid it. You know, it didn't last. But it was funny. Yeah, but I don't find it funny anymore. That's the problem. Kowalski, thank you for the 5. You could easily afford a house in Nebraska. That's probably true. I don't think Nebraska has the best Mexican food, though. That sounds insane. Not an alpaca. Thank you for the 10 for the tier 1 sub. Girl with a dick who isn't trans for wait, hold on. I do girl with a dick who isn't trans for fantasies because what I want characters to do to me is so degen that I don't care. I don't care. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, but I don't care. The only sexual proclivities that people are in the audience here to learn about are mine. It's not an even playing field. We're not all sitting in a circle. Unorthodox monkey with the $5. Sorry about that low-key rude as fuck blemish comment I make. Might alas misstream for a few days, and it's just the first dumb thing I observed. Lol, my bad, G. That's okay. You're still serving out the rest of your mute/ban though. Whatever length of time it was. I don't actually remember what it was. People out here just be blurting, you know? People love blurting. Am I the only one that thought Vosh lived in a house this whole time? Do you know how expensive property in Seattle is? Wasn't Hassan's house $2.5 million? I genuinely think housing costs are more expensive here. I think, like, I would, and I don't make as much as Hassan, not even close. And that's just in LA. Yeah. Well, in West Hollywood. Mason M, thanks the $5. Hey Vosh, some good news. I've lost 70 pounds. Now I'm down to 230. I can see why you talk about clothes a lot, because having good fitting clothes is nice. Yeah, I think, and a lot of people have really been denied the like charm and like joy of having nice fitting clothing. I think not just because of their size, but because everything's fucking elastic. You know what I mean? So people are putting on pants that don't fit them properly, and they kind of like chafe and pull and tug in the wrong places. Because it's elastic, it just slides on like leggings. So they move around, and it's like baggy here, and it folds here, and it bunches up here or whatever. It doesn't have any of the structure, you know? Personally, I think it feels great when you're wearing a pair of pants or a jacket, and you move in it, and you feel that the allowed movement within that item of clothing is just what you need, but not more. You know what I mean? Like, I like the fact that this jacket's really sturdy, so if I do this, I can hug myself easily, but I know if I pushed it any further, like, nah, I got the shoulders are fitting right where they want to, you know? So my arms aren't going to go that much further. It makes me feel like secure a little bit, like it's tailored to me and it fits properly. Of course, it's not tailored to me. It's an off-the-rack large from RL, you know. But I like that structure. Oh, it depends on how plus size PG44, but I couldn't really say. How do I style roomier pants? Like a straight leg cargo? You just look online, find silhouettes that you like, you know? Find stuff that looks like it, you know, fits proper. And then, you know, that you would want to wear. Radically Moderate, thanks the tier 1 sub. Have you ever ate St. Louis style pizza? Provel cheese, cracker-esque crust, cut in squares, some extra sauce spices. You know, no, I don't know if I'd like it, because I'm more of a, like, very dense, deep bread kind of guy than a cracker bread kind of guy. But I'd be willing to try it, you know. I haven't had it though. Opinion on those fancy coats with a slit in the back? Well, coats should have a slit in the back because it allows for more mobility, you know? I mean, some of the best work jackets have gussets behind the shoulders right here. But no, it's good. Nice, Red Cascadia. What do you think about mesh tops? Great, as long as they're done proper, you know? Fit proper. They have to be sturdy. Oh, and a proper mesh top should not just be like stretch around your body and like cling to you the way leggings do or whatever. A proper mesh top is a structured garment, much like a t-shirt. You know, it should hang off you at the proper, you know, at the proper point. Because that allows you to do more interesting things with the structure, with the drape. How do you ask for your haircut? Every time I just go in and I say, make it shorter. Thoughts on crop jackets like this? You guys always link me the wildest shit. I don't even know what I'm looking at. I mean, no hate. I genuinely don't understand what I'm looking at. It's like I'm not saying it's bad or anything, but you know, people will be like, how do you feel about this item of clothing? And they will link me like something that you would see at a goth rave. And it's like, I don't know. I mean, it looks like this is a cropped bomber, and I like cropped bombers, so I'm pro cropped bomber, like on principle. It's nylon, which is typical for bombers. That's usually the fabric used. I mean, it seems good to me. I can't really say though. It's like so over the top. It doesn't really conform to the heritage stylings that I'm keen on. Buy me this coat, please. It's only $300. You're buying a coat. You should be lucky it's only $300. Also, I'd be worried about a $300 coat. What is it made out of? Details. Shell, 51% organic cotton, 49% cotton. It's just cotton. Pocket lining, 57% viscose, 43% cotton. Organic cotton. What are we talking about here? Probably short staple. They had to bring that price down somehow. Still looks pretty all right. I don't know how I feel about the drape of a cotton coat though. I feel like this wouldn't protect you from the cold at all. What blazer was I wearing in the interview with Rokana? Something I just got like off thrift or whatever. I don't know. You ever thought about learning the basics of sewing to tailor your clothes? Nope. I'd rather go to a professional. How do you feel about these shoes? These are like Viking leatherworking recreation shoes. I don't know. This doesn't conform to any of the... I feel this would be like if I was an English lit major and you guys are like, oh man, you like language? Oh, what about this? How do you feel about this? And then you give me like eclectic Himalayan burp poetry from the 9th century and a passage from it. I'm like, I don't fucking know. Hey, I see you're really into heritage men's fashion. Here's like cyber goth, femme trans clothing. I don't know. Broad? Yeah. Snails are neat, thanks to $5. These baby goats just born to our ranch are keeping me sane. Ooh, goats are so damn cute. Ooh, little baby. Little baby. Not alpaca, thanks to $5. Sorry, Vosh, the message wasn't meant to be TMI, but just to kind of weigh into the Rule 34 thing by explaining why I don't mind the distinction between trans and foreign terms. It's just folding both of the terms into one thing is insane and transphobic. Having two separate terms, at the very least, like reinforces a distinction between the Gooner brain, porn, anime, fake, whatever the fuck, and like trans women as a concept. Which is better. Significantly better, I would argue. Go back to the goats. We are still looking at the goats. How do you feel about the jacket my girlfriend gave me for my birthday? Arte Antwerp Jonah team jacket. Well, I don't give a shit about sports, but this is a nice Letterman jacket. Looks nice and cropped. What's the material? I can't tell because this is in German. Let me look at the Versand information. Product details. 60% wool, 40% polyester. Polyester can give jackets like this structure. Hopefully it's a long fiber, like long staple wool. To give it a little more durability and reduce pilling. But I like that. I like that jacket. That's good. Fascinating, Nuts. There we go. Men have much cooler clothing choices than women, though. Refreshing to see one of you say it in that direction. Love this peacoat. Oh, from Taylor Stitch. Yeah, Taylor Stitch is one of the best places to get what I would consider heritage menswear. If like at a lower price point. Now, obviously, at a lower price point here is relative because this peacoat jacket or this peacoat's $450. But there are more expensive peacoat jackets out there. I don't know what the fuck that means, Dr. Leet. No one cares, Doggius. Yeah, Nicholas Queen. Men have like 3 nice options for clothes. Simply not true. It's just not true. It's just not true. Have you ever worn skirts, Vosh? You know I haven't. You know that. You could infer that. You know that. The old 1910s and 20s tweed 3-piece suits. Like this. You look at this and the first thing you think is really Peaky Blinders. I guess that's where you get your fucking exposure. I don't like 3-piece suits. But, like, he's dressed well. I do like the coat. Yeah, a good coat's good. Good coat, good. It looks like Peaky Blinders. It is a character from Peaky Blinders. Can we please dress like that again? Sure, go ahead. Do it. Why don't you like 3-piece suits? A wide variety of aesthetic and cultural reasons, which can boil down to they're European and homosexual. Both? Yeah, it often overlaps. Not at Alpaca, thank you for the $5. I agree with r34.net did as fuck. They won't be using the site anymore. Instead, use r34.us instead. Trans people deserve better than to be lumped in with gooner shit. Well, unfortunately, trans people are going to continue to be lumped in with gooner shit for a long while to come, but, you know, mitigating it probably for the best, I would say. People should try mixing femme and mask fashion together more. They have been. You know, most women don't even dress feminine anymore. Like, most people just have been assimilated into the indistinct blob of tight, you know, spandex jeans or cargo pants and a shirt and, like, a puffer jacket if it's cold. Like, you don't even have men and women's clothing anymore, basically. It's just all, like, athleisure or whatever fits. And you know why nothing fits? Part of it's because everyone's fat now. And part of it is because it's all fucking elastic polyester blend shit slop. That's your Seattle talking. I grew up in LA, okay, which is, you know, gives me a wider base of comparison. Look up the Lewis Hamilton outside Ferrari photos. I've seen him. Yeah, he looks phenomenal, for sure. It's true I work in retail and everything we sell is unisex. Yeah, I hate that shit. Huge red flag, IMO. Is everyone fat? I get the feeling most young people are into bulimia/anorexia again. That's just what you see on social media. Guarantee you, they're still fat as fuck. Probably like, I don't know, every third high schooler, I would imagine, is overweight. Yeah, the fats don't post. They're hidden. They don't want to get bullied. "56% of Gen Z is overweight?" That can't be true. Any off-the-dome suggestions for place to buy workwear? Unless you're flush with cash, Bronson MFG, they got a lot of good stuff. All based out of China, but the people there give a shit, you know. They got lots and lots and lots of good stuff. Lots of heritage fashion. They have some like old archived U.S. menswear pieces that they use as like historical examples to design their fits around. I would love to get a nice souvenir jacket one day, but I want it to be real. I want to go to Japan for it. Like I want to, you know, be a good tourist. Drop like 80,000 yen on a shop or something. Come to Taiwan. The way things are going, no thanks. I'll wait until you get reassimilated to as glorious Chinese Taipei. According to BMI, aren't you overweight? I am overweight. That's not that much money to drop. 80,000 yen is like $800 or something like that. $500? More like $550 right now? Got to go over there while the dollar's strong. Anyway, yeah, this is probably the lowest price point you're going to get some of their stuff. They got good stuff, too. Wax chore jacket for 120 bucks? God damn. Bronson's loop wheels are nice, just shorter than you might be used to. Oh, yeah, always check the sizing charts, especially when you're buying from foreign shops. This tickles my pickle. Yeah, the old railway chore coats. The hickory stripe. Oh, it's like a 3-piece hickory stripe suit. That's crazy. Well, it's good. Vosh is not overweight. I'm sorry to say, but I'm afraid I am. I just carry myself well because I've got broad shoulders, a big barrel chest, huge cock and balls, big fat rotund ass, thick legs, tree trunk-esque, some might even say. But no, there's still a good bit of fat there. Mute, no one asked. I've got glorious hair, yeah. Chat in denial about how overweight they are? Yeah, probably. Man, Bronson MFG does have some really good stuff. People say that there's no good, like, men's fashion, or there's nothing interesting, but it's just not true, you know? A lot of people just don't know what categories of stuff there is out there. Souvenir jackets, chore jackets, fatigue jackets. Ooh, that one looks nice right there. Another fatigue jacket, parka, Mackinac coat. Don't have one of those, probably never will. Utility jackets. They call these Greek smoking jackets. Did you know that? N1 deck jacket. $300? That's the most expensive thing I've ever seen on Bronson MFG's website. Still, a good deck jacket is very high quality, so it makes sense it would be expensive. $830 for this. Good. That means it's real. There is no way to get something like this down that cheap. What's it made of? A deck jacket? Probably cotton, I imagine, but they're very heavily built. Tanker jacket, I like that. What's a deck jacket? It's the kind of naval jacket that U.S. Marines wore or naval officers and such wore after they stopped wearing pea coats. They wore pea coats, but it was difficult for people to fasten and unfasten the buttons on a pea coat when their hands were freezing cold. Water would splash on and freeze on the buttons. So they tried the N1 deck jacket, which has a storm flap. You button a storm flap over the zipper to try to protect it from the elements. But the N2 deck jacket, that was like an improvement. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. What expensive clothes require little to no maintenance? I mean, all of these should basically last until you die. Everything we're looking at here was built for like military purposes. They're all meant to be durable. Obviously, anything made of like nylon will be less so than something made of cotton. But, you know, still. They have a few here, Sovball. I do like the liner jackets quite a bit. That's something I don't have. I saw a really incredibly good fit pic of somebody wearing a liner jacket once, and I want it so damn badly. What about souvenir jackets? Well, a souvenir jacket just means you have a kind of ornamentation on a jacket, usually a military one. But them being a souvenir jacket doesn't make them less durable. What do you think of Americana Pipe Dream apparel? I've actually considered getting their one jacket before, the one they actually make. Yeah, they've got a lot of milsurp. One of the less popular flight jacket models. Looks good, though. The best place to go for military recreation clothing is the real McCoys, but everything from there costs $100 billion trillion. But it's supposed to be quite good. I'm looking. Yeah, these jacket liners. You can find them just in military surplus stores, you know? I don't know why. I'm looking at this. Not alpaca with the $5. As someone who's pro-vegan, do you think vegans in America... What do you think vegans in America could do to spread ideological veganism? It's hard to advocate against a maritard meat brain shit. I genuinely don't know. It feels like it's so far down the list right now with how things are going. I mean, one of the biggest arguments against factory farming now is like from a climate change model. But like, who knows how, like, I don't know. We're so far away from making any of the points that we want to make publicly. I don't know. It doesn't help that 90% of vegans are the most insufferable people alive. Anti-vegans are way the fuck more insufferable. Like Blosh in chat, vegans, Pepe puke, gross. Like that. I'm never giving up meat. See, that's like incredibly juvenile and way the fuck more annoying than anything that was said by Not Alpaca. That shit's super common though. I've honestly never met an annoying vegan. I have, but I've met way more annoying anti-vegans. Like massive disparity there. Stewardy, thank you for the $5. Just got accepted in my first doctoral program while listening to your stream just now. Cheers. Holy shit, nice. Well done. That just happened? Congratulations. You got to give me $5 when you complete it, too. Grims, thank you for the $5. Hey, Vosh, big fan of you for a while now. Wanted to tell you I appreciate all the work you do with my first super chat ever. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hopefully I'll be able to continue doing more work for a while, you know, given the current state of things. We'll see. Thank you, guys. I just realized that I've been yapping needlessly for a while now, which is unfortunate because I have a ton of work to do today. So, I love you all very much. Please take care of yourselves. And, we like the apps? Well, I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, I've been so involved in today's stream. I've forgotten this whole time I've been wearing jeans. Didn't even get up to piss. I probably need to. All right. Take care, guys. I'll see you later. And by later, I mean tomorrow.